13 days till the All-Star break, and the first 6 will be contested at 20th and Blake. Jim Tracy hopes his club can heat up behind the resurgent center fielder Carlos Gonzalez. And tonight there's another slugger in the house, Paul Konerko. Hey, if it's the Southsiders, it must mean Ozzy's in town as well. Should be fun. Beautiful night at 20th and Blake. Rockies fans glad to see the home team back at Coors Field. A lot of Rockies fans made their way to New York as well. The Chicago White Sox come to town. Just the 3rd time ever that the Rockies will match up with the White Sox, 2 of the best interleague teams in baseball the last few years. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good evening with George Frazier. I'm Drew Goodman. So the White Sox come rolling in. They had a rough April. Since early May, they've been a pretty good baseball team, and they've been led by Paul Konerko. He's 35, and he can still hit it out of the yard.
Well, a lot of people starting to talk about him maybe as an MVP-type candidate for what he has done. 24-game on-base streak for him, the longest active streak among active players right now. But this is a guy that mixes average, power, and obviously the way to drive in runs. With 60 on the year right now, 2 for 5 against Hamill. Those 2 hits, they've left the yard. So hopefully he can keep it inside the fences against Jason Hamill. There's another familiar face coming back into the dugout of the Chicago White Sox, Drew, that a lot of us, he brought a lot of thrills in this ballpark.
Well, he's a great guy. You're talking about Juan Pierre. He plays left field for the White Sox. You know, with Juan Pierre, first and foremost, you're going to get perhaps the hardest working guy in the game. And secondly, you're going to get a guy that if he gets on, he's a pain in the neck.
Well, he really is. He can steal first, and once he gets over there, look out, folks, because he is a guy that will steal second base, steal third, get into scoring position. He's the catalyst for their offense. And so far, 10 stolen bases this year. Not particularly a huge number for him, but when you turn around at the end of the season, he'll set and he'll have between 40 and 50.
Yeah, he generally does. He has over 500 in his career. This should be a fun series. The Rockies have 6 games at home. They're matching up with the White Sox for 3 before the Royals come a-calling. Walk, high temperature today in the upper 90s. Good night for baseball. Rockies and Chicago White Sox, and the Rockies are 2-4 all time against the White Sox. They're actually 2-1 at U.S. Cellular in Chicago. They went 0-3 against the White Sox, the only other time these two teams matched up right here at Coors Field. Time to check in with Alana Rizzo. She has a little bit more on what's cooking before the All-Star break. Alana?
All right, Drew, thanks very much. The Colorado Rockies have a very important 13 games left before the All-Star break. This 2 weeks could be the difference between them being in it and finding a tremendous hole that they have to dig themselves out of after the All-Star break. I talked to Jim Tracy earlier today about if this was a 13-game season, how he would approach things.
To be able to be sitting where we're at, very near the 500 marker, these 13 games become significant from the standpoint, are you able over the course of the next 2 weeks to continue to at least maintain yourself? Now, if you go beyond that, excuse me, that's terrific.
And this is a tremendous opportunity that the Rockies have in front of themselves, because if you look at the last 27 home games, guys, against just American League teams since June 15th of 2007, the Colorado Rockies have a 25-2 record. They're averaging nearly 6 runs, Drew, and they have 36 home runs in that span of time. So they play very well against the American League and very well against the AL here at Coors Field. So their next 6 games are against the American League. Let's see if they can make up some ground.
All right, Alana, this one will be an intriguing matchup because the White Sox played very well on the road against the National League. It's the Rockies, it's the White Sox, it's Paul Konerko, it's Cargo. Come on back to 20th and Blake with us. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By the Ford Edge, class-defining style, revolutionary technology. Ford Edge, drive one. By Quest. Quest is becoming CenturyLink. Your link begins here. Find out more at CenturyLink.com/link. By Sonic, America's Drive-In. It's new, it's better, it's the new Sonic Good. And by Southwest Airlines, new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. That's one way to get to the ballpark. It's a good way. Get a little breeze as you head into 20th and Blake. Rockies and Chicago White Sox, 6-game homestand for the Rockies. The Royals will be in over the weekend, and Jason Hammel's first pitch to Juan Pierre is outside. Ball 1. He started him out with a changeup. And this is lifted to center field. Carlos Gonzalez waiting. And he'll have it. Game time temperature is 91 degrees, so it hasn't cooled off all that much. Here's the lineup for Ozzie Guillen, presented as always by Southwest Airlines. Brent Morrill is at third base. He'll be batting second. Then Carlos Quentin, he's got 17 home runs, the former Diamondback. Then Konerko, who's having a monster year. Alexi Ramirez, AJ Pierzynski's having a good year. Alex Rios has come on. Gordon Beckham and Gavin Floyd. And a strike taken by Morrill. This kid's interesting. You want to talk about a stat that jumps off the page at you. He's behind 0-2. Georgie's had 182 at-bats this year. He has 1 walk.
Going to be very aggressive, obviously. You're going to chase a lot of pitches. Just get it anywhere near home plate when you work to head in the count and see what happens.
And he's hitting in the 2-hole. You know, usually if you're hitting up near the top of the lineup, you figure you're going to have some degree of patience. Not the case.
Why you would throw anything straight to him, I wonder why. Just put a wrinkle in it. Don't make a mistake with it.
Line drive, gloved by Tulowitzki. That wasn't a wrinkle. That was a fastball. And Morrill hit it hard.
89-mile-an-hour fastball on the inner half of the plate, making his 17th start at Coors Field, a record of 4-7. Really struggled of late. 1-6, 5.14 earned run average for Hamill after starting the year off 3-1. The Rockies starters have all been infected with the high earned run average of late. The last 10 ball games, 6.44 earned run average.
So Morrill is retired, and here's Carlos Quentin. Quentin 0 for 4 lifetime against Jason Hamill, and it's going to be a nice start for Hamill. 1-2-3 through the White Sox, and he did it on 6 pitches. Off for the Rockies. Led things off yesterday with a bang, a home run against Matt Garza in Chicago. Good numbers, 283 batting average. It's been rising throughout June. Here's the rest of the lineup for Jim Tracy. Chris Nelson, after taking the last couple of days off, back in there at second base. Helton, Tulowitzki, and Smith in the middle. Ty Wigginton at a solid 270. He's got 12 home runs. Then Charlie Blackmon, Chris Iannetta, and Jason Hamill, the lower third of the lineup against Gavin Floyd, who has struggled at 4 of his last 5 starts. But George, in interleague play, he's been terrific in his career.
Yeah, how about that? 229 earned run average, second lowest in the history of interleague play so far. As it continues on, the Sox have won 25 of their last 33 in interleague. He's looking to get a decision on the win column, because in 11 of his last 12 starts, he's received a decision. It hadn't always been the positive one, though, for him. He's 6-7 on the season, 431 earned run average. So
Floyd has the first pitch over for a strike. Doug Eddings working home plate this evening. Dana DeMuth at first. Kerwin Danley at second. Vic Carapazza is at third base. This replay brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Become a millionaire by your bonus millionaire raffle tickets before the 1st of July. All right, opening up the ball game against Matt Garza. Cargo went to left center for a home run. And then later in the ball game against Garza, he ripped one out to right center. And he's going to start this day out with a base hit to right. So a good start for Cargo. That'll bring up Chris Nelson as we take a look at the gloves tonight for the White Sox. Juan Pierre, as you all know, great speed, but he does not throw well at all. So the Rockies will look to take extra bases there. Rios, an average center fielder. Carlos Quentin in right field, not tremendous range. Morel's at third. Alexi Ramirez is a good shortstop. Gordon Beckham's made only one error, and that was questionable all season long. Konerko's an underrated defender. And A.J. Pierzynski does not throw well behind the plate. Chris is hitting .314 at home, just .158 out on the road. And another strange split. Frazier, he's hitting .296 in the evening, 1 for 19 in the afternoon.
That is a strange split. Hard ground ball hit right at short. You mentioned the quickness of the hands and the ability to turn it. They do it very easy on Nelson.
So Nelson bounces into the 6-4-3, and Helton will come up with 2 outs and nobody on. Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any ball game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies Tacos special. Helton playing in game number 1,999 of his career, and he hits this one well to left, but Pierre's going to move back. So Floyd gives up the single to Cargo, and nothing else after that. He had a 5-pitch first. Took 11 pitch first inning, 6 for Hamill, 5 for Gavin Floyd. Paul Konerko finished 5th in the American League in the MVP voting last year. If he keeps this up, he's going to move up maybe to the #1 spot. He's at 387 in June with 10 bombs, and it's not like he was bad in May. He takes strike 1.
I was talking to Hawk Harrelson, the guy that sits over there. A lot of you familiar with it if you watch some of the games on WGN when the White Sox are on. He's a longtime big leaguer, an announcer for the White Sox. Said he has turned himself into quite a hitter. You go down and away, he'll shoot it into right field. You come inside, he'll pull the baseball. That time, Hamill on a fastball that was meant to be away came to the inner half. I thought it was a curveball. Either way, he pulled it right to Wiggy. Take the out any way you can get him.
So Wigginton throws out Konerko 1 out. That'll bring up Alexi Ramirez, setting the gloves for the Rockies. Blackman, a very solid outfielder. He's playing left. Carlos Gonzalez, he's a Gold Glover wherever he plays. Seth Smith's had a good year defensively. We haven't talked a lot about that. He's in right. Wigginton, Tulowitzki, just 9 errors between those two on the left side. Nelson and Helton on the right side. Ramirez has some pop in his bat. If you make a mistake, he can hit it out. He's got 6 home runs. And the minute I say that, he hits one to deep left center field. And he hits it. Didn't mean to do that. 1-0 Chicago.
Jason didn't mean to throw that pitch there either.
He's got long appendages, George. You really, you know,
he's got a long swing, but he can generate a little bat speed. You look at him, slender body. You don't think a lot of his ability maybe to drive the baseball, but obviously he can do that. 7th home run. And a fastball right down the chute, belt high, and he took advantage of the mistake. See, I had his glove. Watch a lot of times how bad the mistake happens and where he misses with it. And then every pitcher, and then see the result afterwards. Sometimes when things are going right, you get away with it. You didn't here.
7th for Ramirez. A.J. Przinsky at the plate. Here's the 1-0. And he hits a soft liner that's caught by Nelson. Well, this is not the New York Yankees lineup in terms of patience. The White Sox are free swingers, and that's one of the reasons that you're 13 pitches into the ball game for Hamill. There's been 1 out of the ballpark, and he's recorded 5 outs. I mean, he's faced 6 guys already. Very quick, and you're talking about, as Drew's talking, 13 pitches, 6 guys faced. If you're on your game as a pitcher, it's a wonderful night to be on the mound. If you're not, it can be a miserable night. You get him chase a lot of balls out of the zone, hit a lot of ground balls early in counts. Alex Rios hits a towering pop-up to left field. Blackman waiting. He's got it. In the inning, Ramirez hits a home run, and the White Sox in the middle of the second have a 1-0 lead. Guillen, the veteran manager now of the White Sox. Let's check in with Alana Rizzo again. Alana.
Hey, Drew, a little bit of an injury update for you for the Chicago White Sox. They had to place left-handed pitcher John Danks on the 15-day DL. He had a strained right oblique, and to counter that move, they purchased the contract of Hector Santiago. Now, the White Sox had been using a 6-man rotation, so it really doesn't bother them too much. They are able to compress their rotation to replace Danks. Now, Santiago was at Double-A Birmingham. He is stretched out, though, will be able to serve as a long reliever for the White Sox if he's needed, guys.
Yeah, it's a little bit unusual. Most teams are struggling to find 5 guys they want in their rotation, and the White Sox have been using a 6-man rotation.
Well, that means instead of 34 starts for the year, you're going to end up with about 28, 29 starts for the year, which doesn't tax the arms. And if you happen to get to the playoffs, you can pick 3 of those top 6, but it makes difficult times for guys that have started all year. For me, it would. Go down and pitch in the bullpen.
A guy who was working out of the bullpen since coming off the disabled list, but just briefly, Jake Peavy. He'll start Thursday's ball game. Tulowitzki takes inside, 2 balls and a strike on Troy. Leading off the 2nd inning, Ramirez a home run last inning, so the White Sox have a 1-0 lead. This is amazing about the White Sox. They've won 17 of their last 18 interleague series. Think about that. That's to third. Nice pickup by Morel. And not only that, they had won 17 in a row until the Washington Nationals over the weekend took 2 of 3 from Ozzie Guillen's team. Out on the road, they've been very difficult to beat as well in interleague ballparks. They've won 13 of their last 15 individual games in National League parks. Seth Smith with that .310 average, 7th in the National League. And Smith takes a strike. 2 similar body types, George, on the hill. Gavin Floyd's a big guy. 6'6" range, and for the Rockies, Hamels listed at 6'6". He's closer to 6'7".
Yeah, he's obviously tall, lanky guy. The difference, Floyd with a very short, quick arm action coming out of the glove allows him to get a little better breaking ball. Hamill just a little bit longer arm action, shortens it up on the end to have command of his off-speed pitches.
The 1-1 rolled foul.
Mentioned earlier, Floyd won 17 games. He was 17-8 in 2008. He's had 4 near misses at no hitters in his career. Last coming on June 13th against the Cubs, 6 2/3, 7 1/3 against Detroit, 8 1/3 against Minnesota back in 08 when he won those 17 ball games.
See how he utilizes the breaking ball. He tried one there, George. It's a big part of his arsenal, but a lot of guys who throw that curveball struggle with grip and lack of depth with the curveball here at altitude.
Because you try to overthrow it with arm speed and create break versus just allowing the ball to spin. See, that's even a hanging breaking ball. Pierre's going to make a play on it, but it hung up in the strike zone.
2 outs, and that'll bring up Ty Wigginton. Time for McDonald's Big Mac Smack. Ty Wigginton at Yankee Stadium. He had a lot of Big Mac smacks on that last road trip. He had 2 in that ball game Sunday. And this one got over the glove of Brett Gardner. Be sure to text Nick D to get a free Egg McMuffin or Big Mac with the purchase of any drink. That's in there for a strike. 1 per person, valid tomorrow only at participating Northern Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming McDonald's. And if folks in the Denver area are wondering, hey, are we considered Northern Colorado? You are considered Northern Colorado. Here's the 1-1 to Wigginton. And a line drive, and it's gloved by Ramirez. Another 1-2-3 inning for Gavin Floyd. As we go to the 3rd, Ramirez, who caught the baseball, has provided all the offense. Got a home run. It's 1-0. on Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota moving forward. By AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. By the Colorado Lottery, don't forget to play. And by King Soopers, more value for the way you live. Gordon Beckham will begin things for the White Sox, the 8-hole hitter. And he took ball 1. Next pitch is down low. So it's 2-0. And Beckham lines a base hit to left on that 2-0 delivery. They'll bring up Gavin Floyd.
The one thing you work on as a pitcher prior to interleague is bunting and slug bunting. The hitting part is all secondary for situations just like this.
Beckham draws a throw. A couple of high #1 picks. Beckham was the 8th pick in the draft a few years ago, and the guy at the plate, Gavin Floyd, originally drafted by the Phillies with the 4th overall pick.
See where Wiggy is? Wigginton just could go up and give him a high five. Talk about trailing in.
He wanted to see what kind of gum he was chewing.
Well, just watch this. I mean, he's going to make the run in. I caught that from Hoosiers as it comes in. And watch, see if Ty does it again. Great bunt. He obviously wasn't going up the third baseline.
Now bring up Juan Pierre with 1 out. See Big Adam Dunn in the dugout for the White Sox. Ozzie Guillen saying before the ball game that he plans on starting Dunn on Thursday in right field. He's been a designated hitter naturally in the American League. He has really struggled. A guy you're used to seeing hit 40 home runs every year. Pierre pulls it foul. On 3 for his last 19 at the plate. And that's called a strike on the outside corner. He's 28th on the all-time stolen base list. The second pitch one thought was off the plate. You understand why he felt that way looking at the Ford strike zone. Good numbers at Coors Field. Just missed. We always love to talk about Juan Pierre's work ethic. It's legendary. And it's the same now, George, as it was when he was a kid.
He's not going to change.
Out of South Alabama.
Yeah, he's a kid that's just not going to change what he does in preparation for a baseball season and a game.
Outside 2-2.
Yeah, I used to marvel at his hand quickness on pitches that were out of the zone to keep at bats alive. And just very quick flick of the wrist, and foul the ball off.
I was talking to Adam Dunn about Juan Pierre. He said, "Oh man, first time he's had a chance to play with him, he goes, I love him. I mean, who wouldn't? He's all about team, and look at that." Slaps it to left field. Getting the baseball quick is Blackman. Stopping at third base is Beckham. And George, that's exactly what you were talking about. That pitch may have been off the plate a little bit. He wasn't going to put it on the umpire.
No, he wasn't. Watch his lower half and then upper half. I mean, it's so much fun to watch him. Unfortunately, doing it against the Rockies, that foot got down on the front side in a hurry. But look how far the arms were extended out on everything. I mean, it allowed him just to flick the bat out. that they flicked it out and let it run that way. I mean, that was pretty good. It's a typical Juan Pierre.
Well, now Iannetta just flashed the signs how the Rockies want to handle this first and third situation with one out, and obviously real good speed at first base. They got solid speed at third also. By the way, the Giants are playing a doubleheader at Wrigley against the Cubs, and they beat up the Cubs in the first ball game today. So the Rockies right now trail by 6.5 games. The Cubs leading 2-1 in the nightcap in the fourth inning. No movement, and Morel on the swing went around. 0-1. Morel hit a screaming liner at Tulowitzki in the first inning.
0-2 count is what Pierre flipped into left field. You're ahead now 0-1. Just make sure you make the correct pitch. Defensively setting things pretty much straight away.
You were talking during the open, George, about Juan having 10 stolen bases, been caught 9 times. His number's way down. Last year he stole 68 bases for the Sox.
Well, they'll get back up again. I mean, he's that type of base stealer. He will get there. His average at 251. Once the average gets into that 270, 275 range, watch out.
And that's what he hit last year at 275. The year prior he hit 308 for the Dodgers.
Remember when Manny was on his suspension and how well Juan played in his absence? Really, he carried the team as much as Manny did.
Yeah, I remember Joe Torre saying he's been our MVP. No movement again. Double play ball. There's one. There's two. Well done up the middle. Chris Nelson, a good feed to help. 1-0 middle of 3. As we go to the bottom of the third, Charlie Blackmon, Chris Iannetta, Jason Hamill. The Rockies have one hit. Carlos Gonzalez led off the ball game with a single erased on a double play ground ball by Chris Nelson. Coming up in the 6th inning, as we do every night of the season, it's Toyota Talk. Text Toyota followed by a space and then your comments and questions to 720-720. Blackmon against Gavin Floyd. And he thought about bunting, takes it for a strike. Got the attention of Brent Morel at third base.
Charlie yesterday took one up the first base line for him. It was difficult to Garza didn't field it well. He was safe on the air by Garza.
Good pitch. He got jammed, and this will be an easy play for Morel. 1 out. Bring up Iannetta. Ionnetta's seen Floyd before. 0 for 3 lifetime against him. The guy Gavin Floyd is really happy he's not here is Ian Stewart. Stewart has 2 at-bats against Floyd, and he's hit 2 home runs against him.
The other night, Ian 4 for 5 with 6 RBIs in a ball game. Hit the long ball. He's got, I think, 14 now at AAA level. Still not consistent with the bat like you'd like to see.
Dan O'Dowd's, as we speak, watching the Sky Sox play.
And all the front office, with the exception of Mark Gustafson, he's getting a little bit of a break. He ran a mini camp at Casper. Then went to Tri-City, came back home. Bill Guyvette traveled to Tulsa for 5 days and then down to Asheville for 5. Now he's in Modesto.
3-0's in there, 3-1 on the very patient Chris Iannetta. Leading the ball club in walks with 46. Helton and Cargo are next at 29. That's fouled off. 3-2. This is the 3rd time Floyd has started at Coors Field. The first 2 didn't go so well, George.
It wasn't a nice night for him. An earned run average over 9, 0-1 in that start. So it was not good at all for a guy with his talent.
Here's the 3-2. And he gets another pop-up.
An awful lot of bats break on that hard sinker that he throws and the cutter in.
2 outs. Jason Hamill coming up. Windshield damage. Call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. Hamill a home run and 4 RBIs this year. Hit the home run against Zach Greinke in Milwaukee. So he's got bragging rights for a while. To Ramirez. And Gavin Floyd, since giving up that single to Carlos Gonzalez, has retired 8 straight. How about the first inning for Jason Hamill? He did not break a sweat. He threw more pitches warming up than he threw in the inning, Frazier. He threw 6. Got 8 when he warmed up. Brought to you by Excel Energy. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save energy and money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com.
Going to the 4th inning, 50 to warm up out at that there. And at 3 at 24, 74 pitches so far just to get ready to throw these 15 pitches to get through 3 innings.
Exactly. Chase Utley, I thought, was a lefty. I'm confused. Oh, now he's, I thought he was going to go over and then hit from the left side also.
Now that play area for the kids up there, a lot of fun. You know, it's difficult for kids to sit here for 9 innings of baseball a lot. They want time to go to the hot dogs and dip and dots, head on over, play a little baseball in the cages.
Sometimes tough for the announcers, right? That's
why we order pizza.
Oh, there you go. Carlos Quentin. See, this is a nice transition because Quentin's up there. He takes a strike. There's only one guy active in baseball who's been hit more times by pitches than Carlos Quentin, who's been hit 90 times, and that is Chase Utley. Utley's been hit 113 times. But here's something wild about Quentin. He gets hit in 4% of his plate appearances. I mean, think about that. That's a lot. So basically, if the ball's in, he doesn't move.
Well, I was sitting there thinking about that. That's 4 for every 100 at bats. About 600 times. You get plunked 24 times. How much fun's he having? That's a lot.
He has a major league record that Don Baylor and Craig Biggio would be proud of. He once got hit in 6 straight ball games.
Well, I guess 1 base is better than 2 or 4 if you're going to give it into him. American League extra base hits. He is ranked 3rd right now. Gonzalez in Boston with 44 leads the way.
This ball is going to be an extra base hit. Left center field gap for Quentin. And he arrives at second with a leadoff double in the 4th inning. That's a slider, George, that didn't do a whole lot once it arrived around the plate.
Well, you really got to get away from his bat, and meaning you got to have a 2-plane break. So when it gets about right there, you want more downward plane where it gets down into this area versus the center of the plate. That allowed him to reach out and grab that out into right center field. Very efficient bat, but you look how thick he is in the upper half. This is a strong man.
Well, that'll bring up Konerko, who bounced to 3rd his first time. Konerko 5th in the American League in hitting at .324. His 21 home runs, tied for 3rd with Curtis Granderson. He's 2nd in ribbies with 60. 5th in hits with 92. 3rd best slugging percentage at .588. You get the picture. He's had just a monster year. He's got 386 career home runs. So this is no fluke. And our Geico quote of the day features the White Sox first baseman. Sure, I steal bases. I just like to do it 4 at a time.
Pretty good quote.
Yeah.
Well, their ball club's only hit 165 with runners in scoring position in the last 13 ball games, yet they are 7-6 in those 13 games.
Inside 2-1. Konerko's been red hot if you follow baseball. 10 home runs in the month of June. Ground ball is short. Tulowitzki will hold Quentin and throw out Konerko. Good pitch by Hamill. 1 out.
Fastball that he's trying to run, but you see that hand get to the outside. That'll create some late run on the baseball. Look how tight Konerko brought his hands inside, trying to get a good part of the bat on the baseball and lift. Hamill won the battle.
Well, Alexi Ramirez won the battle his first time up against Hamill, hitting a home run to left center. The only run of the ball game so far. The White Sox have out hit the Rockies 4-1. And this is popped up and playable. Wigginton gets called off. He'll run to the bag just in case. Tulowitzki makes the catch. Has anybody seen 3 pitches yet in an at-bat, George? I think Konerko did a moment ago.
Yeah, I think he's first one. But, you know, what I was going to mention is how much Hamill pitched his way out of that last inning jam with first and third and just 1 out. Here he has a runner in scoring position in this ball game, in this inning, with 2 outs. See if he can finish this inning off with allowing that run in with scoring position. Their club 162 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. The Rock Hinge Conference Center is available for game day and non-game day meetings for groups of 25 to 200.
Good pitch on the fist of A.J. Przinsky.
He's swung the bat well of late, but that time he chased after something up in the zone. It'll be difficult for him to catch up to. Left-handed bat starts with the stance slightly open. Dives towards the plate. That's why Hamill trying to work in.
And a comeback. A good pitch. Leadoff double by Quentin. He never moved. Konerko grounded out. Ramirez popped out. Przinsky a comebacker. At the top of the order, Cargo, Chris Nelson, Todd Helton. Let's check in once more with Alana Rizzo. She has tonight's Fast Cash Sideline Report. It's brought to you by Fast Cash Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. Alana?
Well, Drew, you guys were talking about earlier how Adam Dunn has really served primarily as a DH for the Chicago White Sox. I'm sure he's happy to be here in Denver at a National League park. Ozzie Guillen giving him this day off. The reason being he's had a rough season so far, as you guys were alluding to. A 173 average, 7 home runs, 29 RBI, guys. He's 2 for 26 in his last 6 games, including 16 strikeouts. But overall, he has 100 punch-outs, guys. He leads the American League with that number of 100. Drew Stubbs of Cincinnati with 107. So he has certainly struggled. We know how much power he has. I was watching him taking BB today. He was hitting him in the 3rd deck. But it's, you know, it's either feast or famine with Adam Dunn. At least that's the way it seems this year. 100 Ks, Drew.
Well, he's a guy that's always struck out a lot, but he's also, you could mark it down for 40 home runs every year.
And 100 RBIs.
Yeah, and 100 RBIs. I visited with him for a while earlier. It's been tough. He's making a transition, seeing a different league. And I think you cannot overstate how tough it is for a guy, George. Giambi went through this, where you're used to playing a position and then all of a sudden you just get 4 at bats.
Yeah, 4 at bats. What you got to do, and Don Baylor taught this watching him in Minnesota, and then with the Yankees would have an exercise bike where he kept a sweat going, body loose, so he just didn't sit and watch a game, and then walk up and swing the bat. He'd go up and swing the cages. The inning prior to knowing that he was getting ready to hit, all the things he could do to try to simulate something of a baseball game where the body was functioning for that 3-hour time frame. It's a hard job. Plus signing a 4-year contract with the White Sox, maybe feeling the pressure of that.
This is hit hard to short. Ramirez has it, and they'll throw out Gonzalez. It's now 9 in a row set down. One more thought about Adam Dunn. I want to talk about a guy working out with a different tool set. Adam Dunn works out in the offseason with Carl Crawford. I said, you sprint with him? He goes, no, I watch him sprint.
Boy, absolutely. Yeah, make sure he's got water at the finish line.
Exactly.
I got you, Carl. Don't worry. I got water right over here. When you get done, come over and sit down. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, he works out with Crawford, James Loney, guys who live in that Houston area. Strike on Chris Nelson. He bounced into a 6-4-3 his first time up. Rockies have 1 hit. That was Gonzalez's lead single in the bottom of the first against Gavin Floyd. And the breaking ball's in there. It's 0-2.
Second time through, the Rockies average jumps about 20 points from 235 to 254. But that third time of seeing a starting pitcher, in the American League guys used to working deep in games, jumps to over 300 for the Rockies hitter as a team. Pretty impressive late in games.
Rockies have hit some balls hard. Helton hit the ball hard to left and out. Wigginton lined to short. That's an easy play for the second baseman, Beckham. Two outs, nobody on. AT&T trivia question as Helton gets ready to hit. Which team was the last to win the College World Series in their first appearance? South Carolina has a chance to go back-to-back. Won in extra innings last night against the Florida Gators. And there's a base hit for Todd. So that ends that run by Gavin Floyd, retiring 10 straight Rockies. Here's Tulowitzki. Troy hit it on the ground to third his first time up.
Look at it. The biggest guy on the left side over there snatched that bat up like it was a toothpick. Watch this guy over here. He's got on a tan shirt. It's going to bounce around, and he's going, I got it. And nobody's taking it away. Look at those arms. You're always worried when things fly into the stands like that everybody's paying attention. That's a big man took that bat. My bat.
That's a souvenir he didn't expect to get tonight. Here's the 1-1. 2-1. And maybe we'll get a baseball.
Get an autograph. How about that? She's got a Tulowitzki jersey on. What it could be any better than that, huh?
Yeah, that worked out perfectly. Outside 3-1. Troy on the road trip Hit 276. He had a home run, drove in 4. Smith will be next if Tulowitzki can reach. Helton at first, a 2-out single.
Lockheed Martin sponsoring the fireworks this Friday. If you have a bunch of tickets, get to the window. Call Colorado Rocky. Go on a computer. It's easier that way. ColoradoRockies.com. July 1st. Kansas City's in town. Always a fun night at the Yard.
Smith hit a curveball in the air to left field his first time up. He had 346 out on the road trip. He has great splits this year. He's hitting over 300 at home, over 300 out on the road, 300 every month. See if he can tie it up with a knock here. Outside, ball 1.
Smith with 2 outs, runners in scoring position, 348 average. You like the Rockies' chances a little more now?
I always like the chances when he steps up. Pulled foul. He comes through a great deal of the time, as we've all learned since he first arrived in 2007.
There's so much conversation about what other hitters have done this year, and to be quite honest, Smith and Helton have been the 2 most consistent hitters throughout this lineup.
Here's the 1-1. And a base hit to left field. Pierre doesn't throw well. Here's the green light. And Helton will score the equalizer. As he's done so many times, Seth Smith coming through. RBI number 34 for Smith.
Finally got this crowd on its feet. Give itself something to clap about. Todd Helton scoring from second base. Juan Pierre, not a strong arm at all. Breaking ball down and away. Sliced this ball. Got on top of it. Boy, that is just picturesque swing by Smith. Going after a ball, a breaking ball away from him. This ball's going to get into the outfield. And we've talked an awful lot about Juan Pierre. Just does not have an arm in the outfield. And you just pay the price for it when you get into these situations with guys in scoring position and a hit to left field.
And now Ty Wigginton, who hit it really hard his first time up, he takes a strike on the inner half. Wigginton hit 5 home runs on that road trip. 2 for 8 lifetime against Gavin Floyd. 353 in interleague play this year. Flashback for him, he was with the Orioles last year. And this ball's well hit to left field. Here comes Pierre, and he's going to make a sliding catch. Otherwise, 2 runs are likely to score. Now, Juan Pierre may not throw well, but he still runs well. Rockies even it up with 2 outs on the knock by Smith. We'd like to welcome all our broadband viewers from Fort Carson, Colorado. Root Sports and the Rockies appreciate your support. More importantly, we appreciate all you do around the world serving our nation. Send us a message on the Root Sports Facebook page. Let us know your favorite place to root for the Rockies. Breaking ball, strike one. Hamill working to Alex Rios. Rios hit a fly ball to left field his first time up. And he's going to pop this one up in the direction of Helton at foul ground. 1 out. We'll bring up Gordon Beckham as Rios walks off. Beckham 3 for his last 26 at the plate. Fastball at 94 beat him. Beckham last year hit .252 with 9 home runs and 49 driven in. He's hoping to have a similar second half that he had last year, because he was hitting .199 in June last year, George, and he hit .310 the rest of the way to move that average above .250.
Well, and again, this is a young kid, talented kid. You mentioned the draft pick, mentioned what he can do, and to struggle as much as he did, made the adjustments, came through with those adjustments. 270 the year before.
He wanted to go. He's another one of those kids out of Georgia. He went to the University of Georgia, born in Atlanta. Hotbed of talent. Hanging breaking ball that's fouled off. And a week from now, George, that's where we'll be in Hotlanta for 4 ball games. You're missing that one? You just pointed at me.
I'm going to hot Oklahoma.
You're going to, well, you know what? You're going to be hot in Tulsa.
Well, actually, I would probably be in Modesto by the end of the week. At some point, Mama's missing her baby, so I think I'm heading to Modesto.
Line drive, base hit the other way for Beckham. So he came into the ball game 2 for his previous 25. He's got a couple of knocks tonight. Gavin Floyd coming up. Let's answer the AT&T trivia question. Which team was the last to win the College World Series in their first appearance? How about this? It's the University of Minnesota in 1956. They weren't done, though. The University of Minnesota may surprise some people. They have a rich baseball tradition. Paul Molitor, Dave Winfield, Gavin Floyd got one under the chin.
I had a little stare back at Hamill, too. Didn't like that at all. Fastball bunt situation. A little not quite as close as what Gavin Floyd thought it was.
You know, the Golden Gophers, George, I think have won, I know they won a couple more times in the 60s.
They used to play the games in the Metrodome.
Your old buddy Dave Winfield not only was a great offensive player there, obviously, but he was a great pitcher.
Beat us in the College World Series 1-0 in 11 innings. Averaged 94 miles an hour on the mound. That was in the old Ray
He wasted his big league career swinging the bat.
Can't believe it. Drafted both in all 3 sports, football, basketball, and baseball.
Along with our friend Dave Logan.
Logan was also, yeah. Nolan Richardson, the basketball coach, was drafted in 3 sports, never played.
Really?
Into coaching, yep.
Oh, he's a great college basketball player. Here's the 2-0.
Now he's the
3-0 on Floyd.
Nolan Richardson's the head coach of the Tulsa Shock in the WNBA.
And their season underway.
Yeah, no pun intended. It shocked everyone when he took the job.
That's not good. Not good when you walk a pitcher who has 3 lifetime hits. That'll make your manager drop his chin for a moment.
Well, it's disappointing because what it does, it just, it blows up pitch counts, gets you to the top of the order. You got traffic everywhere. You got a great bunter at the plate. I mean, there's so many things you don't want.
Second career walk for Floyd. I mean, that's one of the advantages you think you have in interleague play, and that if you have a decent hitting pitcher on your side, you figure it's going to be better than an American League guy who swings the bat once a year, maybe twice. Strike on Juan Pierre. And Pierre turns on one, and now it's going to cost the Rockies a run.
Floyd really running well, too, coming around. They're going to hold him up. Whoop. Put the brakes on. Cox did, third base coach for the Chicago White Sox. And Floyd was coming around second pretty good. It looked like he was coming into third well.
17th RBI for Juan Pierre, and it's 2-1 White Sox.
Tell you what, he still turns on that inside fastball. Quick hands. Not going to show a lot of power throughout his career, but a lot of extra base hits because of his speed and ability to pull the baseball. It sliced right down into the corner. Smitty played it well off of the wall because it hit the chain link, died, and then he hit his throw perfectly into Nelson. Nelson with a shortstop's arm at second. That's why everybody put the hold on. And second and third now. In 1 out, and it's 2-1 White Sox.
Brent Morel at the plate, and he takes ball 1. He's 0 for 2, a line out and a 6-4-3 double play. You know, the interesting thing about that Floyd at bat, George, he wasn't giving himself up to bunt. You'd think he would be in that situation.
I was surprised by it. Sometimes with American League guys, did he miss the sign? But then you call time and yell at him and say, come here, we got to talk.
I mean, he was looking to swing the bat, which you say thank you. Hit into a ground ball double play. And now it's 2-1. Hamill's frustrated. He's got to control his emotions.
One time Chris got popped up out behind the plate, and Hamill kind of waved him back that he was all right, get himself back under command and control. And sometimes as a catcher you go, okay, you don't want to talk about it, then let's go, let's get after it.
This is a huge sequence. Floyd's pitching well. You're in the 5th inning, 2 runners in scoring position, and that nearly went to the backstop. 3-1.
Catchers will show their frustration sometimes to his pitcher by not going out and talking, but firing a bullet right back at you to get your attention.
Yeah, Tracy's on that phone.
Doesn't like what he sees out of Jason Hamill. You wonder and worry about the back. Jimmy Wright on the receiving end of that phone call.
Three balls and a strike as Iannetta goes out. Floyd at third, Pierre at second, a run in with 1 out. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank.
Clayton Mortensen, 2 innings yesterday, not many pitches, and a guy that can get loose in a hurry and induce ground ball outs. Hamill's due up third in the bottom of the 5th inning if you have to go to the bullpen. That's why Mortensen's the choice.
And now the bases are loaded for Carlos Quentin.
Iannetta looking right at Apodaca all the way out. We're going to see where the conversation leads to this. Bob's talking to Chris about play calling. I should say pitch selection. And and talking and visiting with Jason Hamill. Hey, the first 10,000 on tomorrow at the ballpark tomorrow against the White Sox, they receive a Great Clips coupon. Sam, you can use that. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have your hair. But everybody else can. So one of your 10,000 here at the park, make sure that you pick that up and go buy Great Clips and get everything taken care of. Doug, you never get a haircut, so you don't get one.
Pitch count's fine.
Well, that's all good. I just 36 strikes. All of a sudden now cannot find the strike zone. And Quentin this year has had 6 opportunities with the bases loaded. He's 1 for 6.
Good numbers in his career, 340 and 4 slams.
Took 39 pitches for Jason to work through 4 innings. He's on his 20th pitch coming up.
One of the things about Jason Hamill that's different this year from last year are his average walks. Last year he averaged just 2.38 walks per 9 innings, which is outstanding. This year it's at 3.5. 1-0 fouled off. His strikeouts per 9 innings are down. A year ago, George, better than 7 strikeouts per 9 innings. This year, just under 5. What is better this year is the league last year hit 280 against Hamill. This year they're hitting 256.
Well, he's just pitching to contact. Putting the ball in play. Balls are getting hit early in counts because he was a strike thrower. And if the ball's getting hard, sometimes contact guys start to move away from contact. Good hitters take pitches. You get into hitters' counts. Jim Tracy wanting to know if Mortensen was ready. I looked out in the bullpen and he had already signaled that he was throwing sliders, so that's a pretty good indication that your arm's loose and ready to go.
Here's the 1-1. He's down 2-1. Quentin showing some patience here. Sometimes that's tough for an RBI guy to do, George, when the bags are full, even a veteran guy like Quentin.
He's a very good low ball hitter, not a good high ball hitter. He'll chase up in the zone when you're ahead in the count.
And then you got the masher Konerko on deck. Really, all of this has come about because of the 4-pitch walk to Gavin Floyd. And that's exactly what he needed. There's 1, there's 2. You talk about keeping yourself in a ball game. Hamill gets Quentin a rollover. High fives all around. They're up 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Carlos Quentin rolling into that 6-4-3 double play. Bottom third of the order for the Rockies. Coming up, Toyota Talk next inning. Tex Toyota followed by a space, and then your comments on. We did a feature on the players' walk-up songs and how they arrive at their walk-up songs and when they change it out, that sort of thing. So we're going to ask you, if you were in the big leagues, what would your walk-up song be? George, you were in the big leagues, but you were a relief pitcher. If you were a position player, what would your walk-up song be?
Nothing. I don't like them. I don't like them.
Who sings nothing?
No, you know what? Something with Willie Nelson. I'm a Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings type guy. I'm not, a hard rock type person. So, just being honest. I mean, I never thought of it. Never been asked that question because I never had one coming out of the bullpen.
Okay.
I mean, Hoffman had Hell's Bells coming out, and it was very popular when he was, coming out of the bullpen, and they'd open it up and the fire and everything go crazy and everything.
You closed some ball games.
Yeah,
what would it have been if you were closing?
I don't know. I really don't. It's something Willie and Waylon and Frank Zappa, good mix.
Oh, all right, way to set the mood, Frazier. Nice job.
I mean, I'm just trying to think.
We're going to give you another.
If you had a chance, what would yours be?
I don't know. Give me some time. Charlie Blackmon takes a strike. You know what? All summer long, Kid Rock. Baseball played in the summer. One strike pitch to Blackmon. He gets fisted. Boy, that cutter is causing the left-handed bats fits right now for the Rockies.
Fits because it looks so hittable, yet it's not.
It's really a pitch he's added recently.
It's a pitch a lot of people have added because it takes pressure off the elbow, and you can throw it as much as you want. Mariano Rivera throws it every pitch.
And that's one of your theories as to why Mariano's had such a injury-free career.
Well, when you start the cutter on the outside part of the plate with a lot of velocity, typically you'll get a 4 to 6 inch cut. If you get out over the front leg and clear the left side of that left knee for a right-hander, you'll get a little dip in the baseball. That's where you get kind of a hard slider. There's the breaking ball again, backed off of it at 79 miles an hour, known as a power curveball. Pops it up to Pierre and left.
2 outs, nobody on. Jason Hamill will come up. Get your CSU football season tickets. Reserve your seat for big home games. The Air Force will be in Fort Collins. The Cowpokes will be there, and Boise State also. Sideline season tickets include the Cinch Jeans. Cinch, by the way, that's one of Tracy's sponsors.
Big time, man.
Yeah. The Cinch Jeans Rocky Mountain Showdown against Colorado. See you, CSU. Call 1-800-491-RAMS or visit csurams.com. Rockies lost 7-3 yesterday at Wrigley. They're trying to snap a 3-game slide. And this is in the air to Rios, and he drops the baseball. Hamill's going to try to get to second, and he will. That's a big E8.
Yeah, it really is. Take advantage of this. You can see Ozzy's disgust looking into the outfield, and Rios did not track this baseball well at all. And as he went back, a lot of mistakes made in the outfield first game in for teams that don't play here on a regular basis. That ball hit right on his thumb. He didn't watch that ball into the glove at all, and it pops out. Now you work to the top of that order. See, that ball hit right on his thumb, but the ball was past him. He didn't look it into the glove at all.
Now safe at second, safe and secure. New York Life. Let's see if Cargo gets anything to hit here. We have Chris Nelson, an inexperienced hitter on deck. Gavin Floyd knows that.
And an experienced pitcher on the mound, as Drew's mentioned with Gavin Floyd. Surprised he hung the breaking ball to him.
It's the 41st error this year on the White Sox. Among the fewest in the American League. In fact, they have the highest fielding percentage in the American League. That's in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gonzalez line single to right his first time up, and then on a 3-1 pitch he hit a hard one hopper to Ramirez, the shortstop. both to second. Beckham knocks it down, and he's going to throw out Gonzalez. So Gavin Floyd did give Gonzalez something to hit. The error does not cost the White Sox. 2-1 they lead. Road Ahead is brought to you by E470. E470, an express toll celebrating 20 years of excellence. 6-game homestand for the Rockies. Most important as they begin this homestand, 2 games south of 500. White Sox for 3, as you know. Then the Royals come in for 3. And then it's off to Atlanta for 4 and the Nationals in our nation's capital for 3. And they're playing much better baseball. 13 ball games, including tonight, before the All-Star break. You want to get on the You want to get in red numbers, George.
Well, you almost have to prior to the break because everybody else is playing well. How about the quarterback tandem from Tennessee? Peyton Manning's in the house watching a little baseball with his buddy Todd Helton.
Well, those guys played football together in Knoxville. They both have streets named after them in Knoxville, and they have remained very close friends. And I asked Todd, this a while back, we did an interview with the both of them several years ago, and then it wasn't all that long ago. I said, is Peyton as funny as he comes across in all of those ads he does? And he said he's even funnier in person. He said he's got an unbelievable sense of humor.
I remember the day he came out here. He had to be like 99, maybe 2000. Todd hadn't been here very long. Came out and took ground balls at shortstop. He tried to hit first. That was kind of the fun part to watch. But when he got to shortstop, started taking ground balls. He had as good his arm as anybody on the infield. Imagine that.
Really?
It was really accurate.
It was really
accurate. I just don't know how he kept catching that football with the glove.
1 and 2. One of the things about Peyton Manning, George, you're about 6'5". He's enormous.
Well, most NFL quarterbacks are. You look at them. They're big. Ben Roethlisberger could, if he got tired of throwing, he could probably play offensive tackle. Troy Aikman, very big. John Elway, a big man. Tim Tebow, huge. It's nothing for an NFL quarterback to weigh 240 to 250 now.
Yeah, biggest one. I remember doing a Viking game a few years back when Dante Culpepper was in his prime.
290?
Well, he was about 270. 265, 270. 3 and 2 on Konerko.
But now Jim Tracy had Mortensen up earlier. If you get trouble here, you'll see him go somebody else. Typically, you'll see him go to somebody else in the bullpen. Mortensen was up to get you out of that inning with a ground ball. Hamill did that with an excellent pitch. He got the double play ball on Quentin. Second time in the game he's got a double play. What's
the old line about you get in trouble once, okay? Second time, you start getting guys up. That's a fair ball. Wigginton, plenty of time to throw out Konerko. Good play by Todd.
Third ground ball
0 for 3.
Well, third ground ball out, too. Konerko has hit to the left side of the infield. If you've got him hitting the ball on the ground, you've got a pretty good opportunity to have a good night. Right now, Hamill trails 2-1. You can see the pull side of the infield with Tulowitzki over into the hole. A couple of steps for Ty Wigington. The wrong throw over to help.
One out. The first pitch in there for a strike on Alexi Ramirez. Ramirez a home run in the second, and he popped to short. Two outs.
Sun still in the eyes of Todd Helton, so it's important for that middle infield, particularly Tulowitzki, because it's shooting right over that left field side. That's what Todd's looking at on a ground ball. Pretty good camera work. Good job, Bo. Wave to everybody. All right, buddy. Okay, put your hand down, Bo.
Ball one on Pierzynski. He had a big series against Washington, 4 for 9, including a home run. AJ's hitting 6 straight. In fact, over his last 14, he's hit 407. He's been a durable catcher. He's always been a good offensive catcher. Strong inning for Hamill in the 6th. This ball game flying along. 2-1 White Sox. Overall, they're a 38-40 club. Tonight, game number 79. They trail 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Drew Goodman and George Frazier upstairs. Alana Rizzo working the ballpark. Alana?
Guys, I found a little bit of an interesting fact when I was doing some research for this series. There are 39 Major League Baseball players that have been born in Germany, and ironically, 2 of them are in this park. 2 of the active players are in this park, and they play on the same team. Now, White Sox pitcher Will Oman was born in Frankfurt on August 13th of 1977. He's a Ponderosa High School graduate, Ponderosa being in Parker, Colorado. His teammate Edwin Jackson was born in Germany 6 years later. The only other active player, guys, born in Germany is former Rocky Jeff Baker. That was born on June 21st, 1981 in West Germany. Guys?
Yep, guys from military families. Jeff Baker's father was a colonel, West Point grad. Will Oman's a funny guy. You want to see something hysterical, go on YouTube. Ty Wigington showed me this today. He played with Oman last year in Baltimore. He does a great impersonation of the late Harry Carey, which, you know, everybody used to try to do a Harry Carey impersonation. Oman's got it down pretty good. Todd 1 for 2, and that's bounced foul. So Nelson, the tying run at first, a lead single. We saw an unbelievable stat. Used to Helton hitting 350 against everybody. In Todd's career against the White Sox, he's 2 for 20. No, 2 for 20. 100.
That's not good, Doug. One of those hits were tonight. So one of those hits was tonight.
He's actually 2 for 21 because he's 1 for 19 coming into the ball game. Nelson, pretty good speed at first. And Todd crunches it. Stay fair. It is a foul ball. A lot of folks bummed.
Well, a lot of people flew up out of those seats. They're thinking 2-run home run for Todd Helton. It's just going to hook right at the foul pole. It had the distance. Just goes right behind the foul pole. Some lucky fan got a souvenir.
One and two. See if Jim Tracy puts Chris Nelson in motion here.
Not a bad idea. Stay out of the double play. AJ doesn't throw the ball as well as he used to. Why not? Maybe a win-win situation for you. Base hit, runner on the move, first and third, possibly a score.
Outfield very deep for help. Chris not going, and it's down low 2-2. Floyd hasn't struck anybody out. He's gotten a lot of ground balls. Broken a couple of bats. Rockies have just 4 singles in the game. Floyd walked one. That was Tulowitzki back in the 4th when the Rockies got their only run. It came with 2 outs.
Missing with the sinker. Helton's firing early. He's pulled 2 of those foul now.
Looking on Ozzie Guillen. And happier than he was in April. They didn't play well in April. This ball down the line, again foul. I think Todd may have broken his bat on that. Well, last time we saw Ozzie on national TV, George, he was kicking somebody's catcher's mask. Remember that? He got tossed out of the game.
Yeah, he got tossed.
Ozzie's a passionate guy. Ozzie was a tremendous player. Some all-star teams, a Gold Glover.
He played with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, and that helped him become a better player at the major league level.
He credits a good friend of ours, George, one of the nicest gentlemen in the game, Jeff Torborg, for getting him into the coaching side of baseball.
Worked for him in Florida, and was fired in Florida, actually working for Jeff. Got fired, and the next thing you know, here he is managing the White Sox.
So he always admired Lou Piniella, which that's not a surprise because they're both fiery and they both have character to them.
Both will say what's on their mind.
You may not like it, but they're going to tell you what they think. Another 2-2 pitch coming up.
That was the pitch he wanted to go with. That hard slider down underneath the hands, and of course the old saying, if it's good enough on a 2-2 count, is it good enough on a 3-2 count? He was hoping he could induce Helton to a swing. He read it out of the hands. See how the ball's breaking back on that back leg. Helton able to hold up on the pitch.
One of the keys to Todd's success, all great hitters, early identification. 3-2, runner going, it's fouled off.
Everybody you watch, great hitters, 2015, 2010 vision. They pick up the rotation of the baseball out of the hand. You can't teach that. I've seen guys so many times say, well, look at the ball, get the rotation, you can see it. No, I can't. Anytime Todd Helton sees more than 9 pitches in an at bat, Doug, his batting average has to be high.
Nelson at first, nobody out. He's going again. Outside, ball 4. Epic, Todd Helton at bat. He takes about a dozen pitches out of Floyd's arm. Now you look up there. He's closing in on 70 pitches, and he had so many short innings early on. 2 on, nobody out. Tulowitzki at the plate.
Tulowitzki today has hit a ground ball to third. He walked back in the 4th inning. The Rockies got a run on a base hit by Seth Smith with 2 outs.
Troy got a pitch up, which if you've watched Tulowitzki since he arrived from the minor leagues, that's where he likes the baseball. Tossed that out of play on one hop at Seth Smith. Smith was taking a practice swing and bounced up and hit him in the chest. Ground ball to third. There's one on the first, and Tulowitzki beats the throw. So Helton got into Beckham, spilled him. It's first and third. 1 out, and here comes Seth Smith.
Ball not hit very hard at all at third base, so the throw into second allowed Helton to get his opportunity to take a shot at Beckham, and that's exactly what he did. Tulowitzki second in the league and grounding into double plays with 12. Hustled up the line to prevent that number from getting any bigger.
Seth Smith arrives at the plate, and this replay is brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Become a millionaire by your bonus millionaire raffle tickets from the Colorado Lottery before July 1st. In the 4th inning, Rockies trailing 1-0, 2 outs. Smith goes the other way, line single to left. Todd Helton goes around third, and he'll score to tie up the baseball game. And that's what Smith's trying to do here. Bring Nelson home to tie it up at 2. Different ways he could do it. The infield set for 2. Obviously, in Smith's mind, he wants to try to lift the baseball. Oh, 2-0.
One of the hottest hitters, if he's pitching around Smith at all, that the Rockies have had in the last 10 days as a run producer has been Ty Wigginton, and he is in the on-deck circle.
Smith's been hot in interleague play in particular. 355 average. Tulowitzki takes off, and it's pulled foul. Troy got a large jump. Brzezinski would not have even thrown. Had that pitch not been where Smith liked it, you would have had a no shot at Tulowitzki. Two-1 White Sox, first and third and 1 out. Go in on him. 2-2 it remains. Tulo takes off again, and it's fouled off once again.
See, for me, defensively, with a catcher that doesn't throw particularly well, I mean, 16% of would-be base stealers in the last 3 years. A very good game-calling catcher and a receiver, but coming to throwing, no. I'd keep my defense stationary. I wouldn't even cover the bag. I'd just say if Tulowitzki wants to go steal it, go steal it. But that way, at least you're getting it out if the ball put in play, and it allows having 4 guys trying to defend it versus 1 covering a bag and opening a hole up. Rocks 1 for 4 tonight with men in scoring position. The White Sox 2 for 7.
Well, the way the White Sox are aligned, Ramirez is almost right behind the bag. He's about 4 steps away, so he can go late.
He can, but he's been going early. That's been a little bit of the problem with it.
Ooh, look out. Tulowitzki was leaning. 3rd to 1st move, and almost had Troy too far off the bag. We've seen it work a couple times back in April. Twice within 3 ball games. Pickoffs on that move at first base. And this will get the job done. Deep center field. Nelson will tag. Rios makes the catch, and Seth Smith comes through and ties up the baseball game. His 2nd RBI of the ball game.
Same situation as Todd Helton. The more pitches that he sees, the better result you're going to have. And he swung and missed on a cutter up in the zone. Ball elevated. He took advantage of it, drove in a run. Ty Wigington with the 2nd most RBI since June 13th in the big leagues, or excuse me, the National League with 12. Espinosa with 13.
Is that a place where Tulowitzki should have tagged, perhaps, George?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure he could have got to second base. And after making 5 straight sprints to the bag on foul balls, not sure that the wind was there to take off and go do that. Speedsters, yes. Maybe take advantage of that. But he went halfway and then a little farther than halfway to get back.
One ball, 1 strike. Wigington. A line out and then a line drive to left that Juan Pierre made a terrific catch on. Saved 2 runs back in the 4th inning. See if Troy looks to swipe a bag. Not going here. Outside 2-1. If your windshield's damaged, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go online to safelite.com. Tulowitzki 6 of 8 this year. Now the explanation after the catch, huh? Yeah, baby. Good crowd tonight. Real good crowd.
Expecting over 30,000, and obviously I think that's here at the ballpark. A lot of Chicago fans, not just Cub fans, live in the Denver area. That drew more in because of the White Sox being here. And it's summertime, it's baseball time. Head out to the yard and watch some good baseball and enjoy a night at the park.
I think this is hunting 40,000. Three and two. Tulowitzki will be moving with 2 outs. And Wigginton puts it back to Floyd. Well, the Rockies get even. 2-2 through 6 innings. Cooney Lexus look back. In the second inning, Alexi Ramirez got a high fastball and he hit it over the wall in left center field. 1-0 White Sox. In the fourth inning, the Rockies would get even with 2 outs. Breaking ball left up. Seth Smith lined it to left field. Todd Helton comes around. In the fifth inning, Juan Pierre doubles in a run. Jason Hamill got a double play ground ball to get out any further damage, and then a sac fly off the bat of Seth Smith. So Smith's driven in both runs for the Rockies. This game is moving along. We're in the 7th already. 2 runs, 6 hits, and an error for the White Sox. 2 runs, just 4 hits. No errors for the Rockies. You look at Smith.
Well, you talked about it early in the ball game, the aggressiveness of their hitters. They're going to go after pitches, and they're going to put the ball in play. If they're hitting at people, you're going to have some short, quick innings, and they have done just that.
0-2 on Alex Rios. And a fly ball to Smith.
Matt Belisle getting loose if there's any trouble that presents itself. They're working through the bottom of their order. Beckham with a base hit in the game.
Hamill George has won only 1 of his last 10 starts, which is pretty remarkable because in many of those 10 starts he pitched plenty well enough to come away with a win.
They started out the year at 3-1. Since then has gone 1-6 with an ERA above 5. I'm looking down in their bullpen. This doesn't make any sense to me. If a guy gets if Beckham happens, and it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda. I know, I understand all of that, but if he hits a ball in the gap, there's nobody up in their bullpen, and your pitcher's hitting. Doug's saying 82 pitches. It's the 7th inning. You got to have a chance to score a run here. It's not the 3rd. I mean, the guy's got 2 career walks and 1 hit.
Yeah, Ozzie evidently elected to go with his pitcher.
Well, there's 2 outs and nobody on now. It's different with 82 pitches.
No, but I'm saying in that other situation, evidently he said, I'd rather go with the way Floyd's pitching. If he gets a hit, I'll bunt. Hope Pierre can knock him in.
Right, and regardless of what the pitch count is, the game dictates. somebody to swing the bat.
Let's take a look at today's CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Gavin Floyd 93, Jason Hamill 95. Here's the 1-1 to Floyd, outside 2-1. Giants, who trailed in that nightcap 2-1 early, now have a 6-2 lead. Looks like they may sweep the Cubs today. Not good news for the Rockies.
Well, Zito started that game for San Francisco.
7 in a row set down now by Hamill. Middle of 7, 2-2. Of the 7th inning, the fans have taken over Rockies All Access this week. You asked plenty of questions. We're going to try to provide you with as many answers as we can right from the players' mouths. That's Thursday night at 6:30 on Rockies All Access. Change for the White Sox. Brett Lillibridge, who's their best outfielder, he's now in center field, straight up for Alex Rios.
Bottom of the Rockies order, Charlie Blackmon will try to get his legs loose with the ball in the gap and try to put the Rockies on top in this ball game. They're tied 2-2. Matt Belisle continues to throw down in the Rockies bullpen. Hamill with 82 pitches.
One of 4 lefties that
Who was the team the other day that had 4
in their bullpen? That's Chris Sale.
Who was the other one that had 4 the other day? Somebody else had 4. Tigers had it. That's right. Jimmy Leland's team had 4 in the bullpen.
Yeah, one of them being Daniel Schlereth. A pitch in there for a strike on Blackmon. He's had trouble with the cutter in this ball game. He's fouled out to third and hit a ground ball to second. Here's the 0-1. Rockies have yet to hit a home run in the ball game. They've hit a home run in 10 straight games. In fact, they have 17 long ones in the last 10 ball games. One and 2 on Blackmon. Charlie just 1 for 20 on that road trip. Time for him to make an adjustment back after a terrific start to his big league career. Here's the 1-2 outside. Charlie had a 4-hit game against the Tigers. Popped him up left side again. And that was that cutter, George, that, you know, you think you're getting it on the barrel and it just moves to the middle part of the bat, maybe the hands.
Tremendous pitch. I mean, that's disappointing for Charlie, I know, but it's a very good pitch. A guy that has mastered it, looks to have mastered it. Gavin Floyd still carrying on that wonderful tradition he's had. Second lowest ERA in interleague play in the history of interleague. 2.29. It's going down tonight.
Iannetta with Spilborghs now on deck, and he lines to short.
Well, they might let Hamill go ahead and hit now. Spilly's being called back. He will be, and Eric Young will hit. Hamill with just 82 pitches in the ball game will exit after 7 innings of work. July 3rd is Road to Rushmore Getaway Day, courtesy of Rapid City Convention and Visitors Bureau. The first 10,000 kids get a Rockies Rushmore poster, and select fans will win Mount Rushmore vacation packages. So it's an interesting day at the ballpark. Come out for that on July 3rd.
So Hamill goes 7 innings. He allows 2 runs on 6 hits. He came very close to not getting out of the 5th inning, but he got Carlos Quentin with the bases loaded to ground into a 6-4-3, and after that he did not allow a base runner. I think the thinking, if you're wondering, at 82 pitches, the way he's thrown the last couple of innings, why would Jim Tracy remove him? He's about to see the top of the order again. Good bunt by Young, and there's nobody there. EY with a bunt single.
Well, utilizing what he does best, and that is run. The placement of this bunt, though, outstanding, and it was fielded perfectly by Konerko and Gavin Floyd. It couldn't have been done any better on their part. Just EY speed just outran it.
Yeah, I'm amazed that it became a play, George. You're right. You know, players play flip before games sometimes. That's where that came into play.
Inches was the difference in this play. They had no choice but to try to do what Drew's talking about. Flip it up, hope you catch it, and run. That's the only choice, and it was a bang-bang play.
So EY with the great wheels at first. Gonzalez is 1 for 3, though he's hit it hard in both of his outs. 1 to short, 1 to second.
Looking over Hamill's outing today, it may be the first start in his big league career he didn't strike out a batter.
There hasn't been a strikeout in the game. Floyd hasn't struck anybody out. How odd is that? Well, they moved the foul pole, George.
About 600 feet.
That guy, I always point the guys out that did not expect to get a foul ball. That guy did not expect to get a foul ball tonight.
Well, I think him and the whole section sitting around him didn't think so. The guy in the red shirt's going, you know, I thought about, and then I said, no.
Ozzie just went out. This was not Don Cooper.
Ozzie's sitting here talking about that, going, you know what? I want you to pitch around this guy, and every time you do this, they typically hurt you. Pitch around that guy and pitch to the youngster behind him. So he just paints a breaking ball in the outside corner for a strike.
1 and 2.
2008 and April 29th. The only other time Hamill made a start that he didn't strike anybody out, but he only went 2 2/3 innings in that start.
See if Young
Not
takes
considered a
off here,
start.
George. He's going. Huge jump, and it's back up the middle. Base hit. And Ewald will go to third.
Lucky he didn't get hit with a baseball. Very athletic move by Ewald. See right here, Ewald jump up into the air, gather himself, touch second base, peek over the shoulder, and then head on to third base. Umpire, player, and then on to third.
First and third in a 2-2 ball game with 2 outs, bottom of 7. Chris Nelson, who lined a single to right last inning, is up there. And he hooks it to short. Ramirez elects to go the long way. And he throws out Nelson. 2 hits with 2 outs, 2 left, 2-2. Very interesting manager, shall we say, the Chicago White Sox. There's his resume. Played 16 years in the big leagues. He was the Rookie of the Year back in '85. He was the Manager of the Year back in 2005 when the White Sox captured the World Series. White Sox last in the postseason in 2008. There's those continuing rumors that if Ozzie doesn't come back to the White Sox next year, he'll be the next manager of the Florida Marlins.
Matt Belisle in on this ball game. 37th appearance for Matt. 5-3 overall record. Very good earned run average. He'll work to the top of the lineup. He'll face the left-handed hitting Juan Pierre to start here in the 8th inning.
First pitch from Belisle in there on Juan Pierre is 2 for 3. Single and a double and an RBI for Pierre. That's in there.
Jim Tracy all about numbers. Pierre 0 for 6 against Belisle in his career.
Juan Pierre, former 13th round pick of the Rockies.
Oh
wow.
That take the hat off of him. Everybody looks at each other. You all right? Yeah, I'm all right. You all right? I mean, that was within inches.
Ground ball to second. Brent Morrell will hit. I forgot to mention this, George. You know, Morrell walked back in the 5th inning, his second walk in 185 at-bats.
Asked Hawk Harrelson about that, their announcer, and he says, you know what? Paid to hit, aren't you? He said, how about some selective hitting?
2-0. Morrell was a 3rd-round pick in 08. He got here quick out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Well, I remember, too, what helped him. It's going to be a base hit.
Couldn't get it on live. Morrell would have beaten it anyhow.
That's one of them everybody would have been talking about. You got to remember, too, they went through third baseman because of Creedy being hurt. And then Josh Field had the back surgery also. He's in AAA with the Rockies now, playing pretty well down there, but swinging the bat well. Tulowitzki, great play on a ball up the middle. Tremendous range. Just couldn't get collected enough to make an accurate throw to first base. Nice play by Helton to come off of the bag and prevent that ball from getting into the camera well and adding to it. Where's Ozzie going? Herm Schneider, their trainer, been there a number of years. Used to work for Gene Monahan in New York prior to taking the White Sox job.
Gene's quitting after 49 years as a Yankee trainer.
They gave him half in New York the other day.
Seemed like that. See if Morrell got hurt. Legging out the hit. Rockies fans, we want you to check out the Root Sports website. RockyMountainRootSports.com is your home for the latest Rocky stories and scores during the season. Plus, sign up for our e-blast to keep you connected to your favorite team as well. You click on the envelope icon on our homepage. Again, it's RockyMountain.RootSports.com. The Todd Father. Becoming a popular t-shirt. Carlos Quentin a double, 1 for 3. His double back in the 4th inning. He had a chance to give the White Sox perhaps a 3-run lead or more. With the White Sox leading in the 5th inning, he came up with the bases loaded and 1 out. And Hamill got him to hit into a 6-4-3 double play. And Hamill cruised after that. He retired the next 6 hitters, 1, 2, 3 innings in the 6th and 7th. It'll be another no decision, though, for Hamill.
Not sure what's going on. I wasn't aware of this. Aaron Cook's getting after it pretty good down in the bullpen for the Colorado Rockies right now with Bilal on the mound. Cook through Saturday. Maybe didn't throw a bullpen early. Maybe he's working his bullpen now. But he turned and told Jim Wright, the bullpen coach, I'm ready. Now he's joined by Matt Reynolds, the left-hander.
Well, that's odd. Cook scheduled to start on Thursday afternoon against the White Sox.
Today would be a natural day to throw your bullpen if you want to take an extra day in between or throw back-to-back bullpens. Some pitchers will do that to help get everything in sync.
Did you subscribe to that theory, George, with sinker ballers? You were a sinker baller, that you were better when you were fatigued?
Coming out of the bullpen, I did. Because you just pitch a lot and everything stayed in. You had your movement on your pitches more. More you got used out of the bullpen, the better command you had of everything. I'm also a big believer, and they don't do it at the big league level except in Texas with Mike Maddox, and it's batting practice in between starts versus your bullpen. Get loose in your bullpen and then give me 3 to 4 hitters of batting practice in early BP. I'm a big fan of that.
1-2 on Carlos Quentin. To left field, and Blackman retreats 3 steps, makes the catch, 2 outs. And that'll bring up Konerko. A couple ground balls to third and a ground ball to short tonight for the White Sox star Paul Konerko. Konerko was originally drafted by the LA Dodgers, and he came up with the Dodgers. And though the player that he was traded for was a solid reliever in Jeff Shaw, I have to think the White Sox would make that deal again.
You think?
I'm just saying. He was traded. Actually, you know what, he was traded to Cincinnati initially. You get that right, with Dennis Reyes, former Rocky, left-handed reliever.
Big Sweat.
And then the Reds traded him to the White Sox for Mike Cameron, another big name. And this ball is well hit. Cargo going back will have it. So Matt Belisle gives up an infield hit in the 8th, nothing else across. 2-2 ball game. Helton will start things. Time for the Home Depot doing more on defense. More saving, more doing. Pretty good play by Alexi Ramirez, robbing Ty Wigginton of a hit. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. New pitcher for the White Sox, one of their lefty, I want to call him a specialist because he can pitch a full inning, Chris Sale. He throws extremely hard, 6'6". 22-year-old from Lakeland, Florida, first-round pick last year. Talk about arriving quickly. He goes with the slider. His fastball clocked up to 99 miles an hour. He was selected by the Rockies at a high school in the 21st round, didn't sign. And Helton went around.
Skinny little guy standing on the hill, and here it comes, boys. Have fun with this one.
0-2. See Todd having it bat like that very frequently. That's the first strike out of the ball game for either team.
Well, not knowing what they throw in situations and where they throw it makes it really hard to anticipate situations, and that time obviously he won the battle.
Last time the Rockies won a game without striking out was 2008. Tulowitzki takes a strike at 97. Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more in a ball game for the Rockies Taco Special, text keyword taco to 720-720. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Here's the 0-1. 1-1. Now on the other side, the last time the Rockies pitched a game with no strikeouts was June 23rd, 2007. So 4 years and almost a week ago. It's only happened 3 times at home. Hopefully those numbers turn around for Troy. Modest numbers so far late in ball games. I think all baseball players, George, are streaky to some degree, and some more so than others. Troy would probably fall into that category. Right center field, Lillibridge runs it down.
Well, remember one thing too about the great hitters in the 8th and 9th innings. They're facing some of the best closers, but they're also not getting a lot to swing at. You know, and that's why sometimes their production late in games, I know that was one knock on Matt Holliday, the number of RBIs after the 8th inning. Those guys get bypassed a lot because they're not going to allow you to beat them.
Outside ball 1 on Seth Smith. He's driven in both Rockies' run, a single in the 4th and a sac fly in the 6th. Smith's got 20 doubles this year, which matches his career high already. Set that in 2009. This is on the ground at third. Good pickup at third by Morel. So Sale works a 1-2-3-8. On to the 9th we go. Nothing set. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. New Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. By Jack in the Box, Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo is back. 2 chicken patties and melting cheese, served with a drink and seasoned curly fries for only $3.99 at participating restaurants. And by Courtyard by Marriott on the 16th Street Mall. Ask about our hometown sports package. 2-2, top of the 9th inning. The Rockies had their closer out there, Houston Street, which is what you do at home in an even Steven ball game. Let's check in with the host of our post-game show, Tom Helmer.
Drew, coming after the game, we'll talk about the strong 7 put in by Jason Hamill. A nice bounce-back game for him after the game in Cleveland. Juan Pierre historically has always hit well against the Rockies. That has continued tonight. We'll talk about him as well. And as always, Rich down into the Rockies clubhouse. Drew?
All right, Tom. Street will face Alexi Ramirez, AJ Pierzynski, and Brett Lillibridge.
Right-hander making his 38th appearance on the season. Earned run average, innings pitched, and try to just get 3 quick outs. An opportunity presents itself for Mr. Street in this ball game. Now you're going to see where he has faced more than a couple of these hitters because of the time spent in Oakland. Konerko's the one guy that is going to bring a lot of attention to you, and the reason behind that is what he's done in his career for Street. Hopefully you don't get around to see him 4 for 10 with a home run.
Ramirez has hit the only home run in this ball game, his 7th of the year, back in the 2nd against Hamill.
He's only seen Street twice in his career. He's 1 for 2.
Off the line, making the play is Ty Wigginton.
Whatever happened to taking a pitch in the 9th inning when Ty scored and you're the leadoff guy? Make him throw a strike. I see more and more of the aggressiveness of hitters in a tie game, down 1, trying to get base runners. Swing at that first pitch, and the results are an out.
A.J. Pierzynski's 0 for 3. You know what's strange about this season for the White Sox? Do you realize, George, they've played only 17 games inside their own division, the AL Central?
That's weird.
That's really
Midway,
weird.
only 17 games.
They're 6-11. Ozzie was talking about that before the ball game. Here's the 0-1. Good pitch.
Good change up.
String on.
Traveling, subscribe to MLB.tv to see every Rockies game on your computer or favorite devices. Visit ColoradoRockies.com to order.
Here's the 0-2. Went after him with a fastball. Ninth inning at Wrigley, 6-3 Giants. They won 13-7 this afternoon. Season high runs and hits. How about the Dodgers going out, George, and getting 25 hits yesterday?
25 hits. With all that's going on there, it's surprising Don Mattingly's been able to keep that ship afloat with everything going on with the McCord family, who put his club in bankruptcy protection, which is going to be contested. It's a mess.
Got it. Good pitch by Street. No foul ball. Pierzynski asking Doug Eddings to check the baseball. See the crowd, all they want, and he caught it anyhow. But you did foul. Even if you did foul it off, it was caught. It's caught third strike.
I think the conversation was whether the ball hit in the dirt or not. Short hop by Annetta, and the replay showed it was not.
Ozzie, or maybe it's Pierzynski, still chewing on Eddings. He's got to go back if he wants to continue the conversation. He's going to have the gear on in a few minutes. 2 outs, nobody on. First at bat for Lillibridge.
Don't get lazy with him either. 7 home runs, 15 RBIs for Lillibridge. Street, 2 quick outs, the ground ball to third, and then the strikeout of AJ on a good changeup.
Boy, that was well located. 1-1, just missed.
Yeah, it's one of those pitches you couldn't walk up there and place any better than that, just a little bit off of the plate.
Held on to the changeup too long. 2-1. Rockies have had a tough slate in interleague play. They're doing fine. They're 5-4. But you played a first place team in the Indians, a first place team in the Yankees, team battling for first in the Central in the Tigers, a team that's played very well the last 8 weeks in the American League in the White Sox. White Sox tied for the 3rd best record with the Yankees in the American League since the beginning of May. Only Detroit and Boston better. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. Good inning for Street. And now the Rockies will try to do something they haven't done all year. Win in walk-off fashion. 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 9th at Coors Field. Team to go this far into a baseball season without an extra inning or walk-off win was the 2004 Astros. They went 112 games. Well, tonight is game number 79, and the Rockies have had neither a walk-off win or an extra inning win. Sale remains in the ball game. That wicked sliders inside, ball 1 on Ty Wigginton. Wigginton, Blackman, Iannetta. The way Wigginton's going, it'd be fitting if he hit one in the seats and gets it done with quickly. He tried to on that swing.
Sale throwing 3 different pitches in this ball game. That big sweeping slider anywhere from 83 to 87 miles an hour. The fastball's topped out at 97, and then now the changeup at 88.
Called the strike. It's 1-2. Wigginton thought that was in. Morrell hugging the line at 3rd. Outfield playing very deep. No doubles type defense. Still all sliders. 2-2. Ball to short. Tonight's Ecotech game summary brought to you by Ecotech Institute in Denver, where you can make the world your workplace. White Sox had a 1-0 lead on a Ramirez home run. Smith had a base hit to tie it in the 4th, trailing 2-1. He had a sac fly in the 6th to tie it. That's all the offense in the ball game. Floyd and Hamill both pitched 7 innings. Both did not strike out a batter. Couple of walks. Charlie Blackman with 1 out. 2nd inning of work for Chris Sale. And this one is going to be an infield hit. Nice play by Beckham.
Yeah,
to get there. I didn't think he was going to get to the baseball.
I thought nice play all the way around. Beckham to dive and get to the baseball, and then Canut goes long stretch and pick in the dirt. Charlie gets him a base hit. Here at the bottom of the ninth inning. Here's this ball. Two hop, going to gain velocity, momentum. It gets up, pops, and then a snap throw over. Konerko picks it, but his foot's not on the bag. Watch where Konerko's feet are around the bag. I don't think he thought he was going to get it either. Maybe we'll see it here in just a second. Look at his feet. I don't know if that back foot's on the bag or not. Doesn't appear to be.
Looked like Blackman just beat it. Ionette at the plate. Ionetta gets one in the gap. Blackman would have a great chance to score. He runs very, very well. Chris is 0 for 3 tonight. Spilborghs will hit next. Two, they picked the ball. And Charlie Blackman trying to get a, I don't know if he's going or trying to get a secondary lead. You can't do that in this situation. Cannot get picked off.
Yep, too big of a step here. Slide step, trying to go on first movement. You're absolutely right. Made it close to even get back underneath of the tag of Konerko. To do it, try to get a jump on a right-hander, but on the left-hander, it just got caught.
In the air to left field, Juan Pierre's there, and will play extra innings at Coors Field. 2-2.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. The sun just now setting. This has been a game rapidly played at Coors Field. It's 2 hours and 25 minutes in length right now. Matt Reynolds will pitch the 10th inning. Rockies 2 and the White Sox 2.
Got a left-hander coming in, making that 37th appearance. Like a lot of guys out of the bullpen, have been used a lot this year and has maintained pretty good success. 24 in the third innings. He will get Beckham, the right-hander, to start out with, and then let's see where they go the rest of the way with their ball club.
This replay brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Become a millionaire. Buy your bonus millionaire raffle tickets before the July 1st drawing. Jason Hamill pitched out of a couple of jams in the ball game, and he got a couple of key ground balls. None bigger than this one. Bases loaded, 1 out. Carlos Quentin into a 6-4-3. And Hamill ends up going 7 innings, allowing just 2 runs. Look who's getting ready to hit. Omar Vizquel.
1 for 2 as a pinch hitter.
George Beckham leading things off. He takes high ball 1. Extra inning baseball. The Rockies are 0 for 4. Again, no walk-off wins this year, and they have not won in extra innings. 0 and 4. The White Sox have played 11 extra inning games. They're 4 and 7. Two and 1. Good fastball.
Very good location.
There's 4 extra inning games so far this year. Last year the Rockies played 18 of them. They went 8 and 10. And this is an easy play right behind the mound. Well, Reynolds wanted to catch it.
Hey, trust me, there's a lot of guys telling him go the other way.
So here comes one of my favorite players, George, Omar Vizquel.
So this
about
is
a guy that takes care of himself.
Well, that and the fact he's such a gentleman of the game, a great representative of the game. 276 average, 8 RBIs, 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. So you couldn't ask for a better mentor for younger players on a ball club. And you're right. You wouldn't play what he has done throughout his 23 seasons as a major leaguer. 80 home runs, 944 RBIs. And if he doesn't get in the Hall of Fame, something's wrong.
Something's seriously wrong, because there's never been a better fielder at shortstop than Vizquel. 44 years of age. He's made only 1 error this year.
It's not like he doesn't play either. Vizquel's already
3 pitches here. 2 gone.
He's been in 35 ball games on the season. Vizquel has.
Two outs, Juan Pierre, 2 for 4 in the game. And he takes a strike. Another left-hander throwing for the White Sox is their former closer, Matt Thornton. This is an interesting grouping on the left side, George, because they got some power arms on the left side.
Big time power arms. How often would you see this? And don't forget that Boone Logan a couple of years ago. We just saw Logan, who could really fire, but they've got 3 of them. Thornton, Sale, Ullman, Santiago. They've got some heat.
It remains 1-2. I mean, Sales touched 99 this year. Thornton, who's coming into the ball game, sits on 96. That's his average fastball.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Juan Pierre. We get an example on a tough at bat by Juan Pierre. Just flip the bat, try to keep everything alive to maybe get one to slap into the outfield, slap on the ground, and let his wheels take over.
He's always one of the toughest guys to strike out.
A lot of direction, not only with his signal, but what he wanted to do. See, there it is again. Oh, nice play. Going to be too difficult to get Pierre. Not sure he'd have been able to get to his feet. But I tell you what, that's 2 second base plays we've seen earlier by Beckham that he was not able to get Charlie Blackmon, and then this play by Chris Nelson. Ball's going to hook away from him. Going to dive, knock it down. His momentum hit the ground, knocked it out of the glove, and then forget about it because you're not going to have a shot at Pierre with his speed.
So Pierre at first base, his 3rd hit of the ball game. And he just does not punch out. Second toughest man in the American League to punch out behind his teammate, A.J. Pierzynski, who is one of the 2 strikeouts, actually one of the 3 strikeouts in the ball game tonight. Morel's 1 for 3 and a walk.
A lot of these pickoffs are Matt Reynolds' decision. Some are Tommy Runnels' decision out of the dugout given to Chris Iannetta.
Nice job by Matt Reynolds. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 2. Rockies looking for just one. Take a look at our game summary in the 4th inning. The Rockies trailed 1-0 with 2 outs. Seth Smith, a line single to left. Todd Helton would come around and score. 1-1 ball game. In the 5th inning, Juan Pierre pulled a double down the line to break the tie. White Sox led 2-1 at that point, but here comes Seth Smith, an RBI opportunity again. Runner at 3rd with less than 2 outs, and he hit it to deep center field. That's it. Omar Vizquel stays in the ball game. Not a position you're used to seeing him. He's at 3rd. And Matt Thornton making his 31st appearance originally the closer this year until Sergio Santos took over that role. He throws predominantly a fastball, and that ball looked like it cut a little bit. Spilborgh's the pinch hitter.
95 miles an hour up in the zone with movement. 82 ball games. You see Spilly's numbers there as a pinch hitter, 5 for 22 with a home run and 6 RBIs. Thornton will throw the ball inside to right-handers.
Spilborghs, then Gonzalez and Nelson. That misses 2-1. Slowly hit to short. And Ramirez gets Spilborghs by a step. Now here comes Cargo. 2 for 4 in the ball game. This guy loves the big moment on a big stage. There are more than 40,000 in the house. 40,175. And they're waiting to erupt. One strike count. That ball, George, I mean, a foul ball, right? Line drive. That thing, do you see it? It took off and then it like kind of rose about 6 feet.
That's why I was watching it down the line. It's like how the second row's got, I got it. And the 8th row, no, I got it. No, okay, 30th row up on ahead.
Man, he hits it hard. Here's the 0-2. Well, that's a pitch. You can tell he's seeing it well because that's a pitch, and it may have been a strike, but that's a pitch that really gives not only Cargo fits, it gives most left-handers fits.
Well, and it was a strike on the Ford strike zone accordingly. See what happens here. Fastball away after all the other. And that's something you would chase also, the high heat up and away. 96 mile an hour cheese.
Again, very strange to see a bullpen comprised of 7 guys. That's typical, but 4 on the left side. Those are bullpens that have all righties in it in baseball. 2 outs. That'll bring up Chris Nelson. Betancourt has been throwing the last 10 minutes in the Rockies bullpen. He'll handle the 11th inning. If there is, well, looks like there will be now. Vizquel throws out Chris Nelson, so Thornton works a very quick 10th inning. We'll go to the 11th, tied at 2. Stick around after tonight's Toyota postgame show. We'll have a special 1-hour episode of Dan Patrick. That show airs weekday mornings, if you didn't know, at 7. And as always, Dan Nats will recap the week's top sports and celebrity stories.
I was laughing the other day. He thought he was in trouble. All the cops showed up over the studio. They played a joke on him. Hey, Rafael Betancourt's going to come on here to pitch the top of the 11th inning. Betancourt struggled a little bit of late and hopes to shut things down here and earned run average high, 445 for a guy coming out of the bullpen with that many innings, 30 and a third, making his 34th appearance out of the Rockies bullpen. When it's right, it's very, very good. Hopefully it's good here tonight against this Chicago White Sox team who he has faced a lot throughout his career. Quentin's 1 for 3. Then he'll get Konerko. Konerko, a couple of home runs, 6 for 22.
Street a strong inning. Reynolds a strong inning. Belisle had a good inning prior to that. Hamill gave up the 2 runs in 7 innings of work. Again, the Rockies trying to win an extra inning ball game for the first time this year. So Carlos Quentin, the double back in the 4th inning. He's only marker in 4 trips tonight. Or in Arizona just ran out of patience with Quentin.
Was it that, or was it the fact they had Young and Upton coming right behind him? You know, pushing that envelope to get there. Because he had all those young guys coming up out of the bullpen, and Burns had that heck of a year. You know, coming up in the outfield, and Burns had that great year.
Well, you can say that, but they just didn't get much, George.
So Josh Burns made a bad trade. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, listen, it happens. But after the trade, he hit .288 with 36 home runs and 100 ribbies. Next year, in half a season, he hit 21 home runs. He was hurt that year. Last year, 26 home runs, 87 driven in. Betancourt has fallen behind 2-0. Quentin has 17 bombs this year.
Betancourt's ERA in April, 2.19. May, 4.66. June, 7.56. So the struggles come out, particularly 5 out of the last 7 ball games. He's given up runs in those games. That happens too out of a bullpen. You'll hit a stretch where things get ugly. Then you'll get into one of those runs where it's 15, 16, 17 innings of nothing for you. Where you get everybody out. Part of working out of the bullpen.
Well, he dominated righties last year. He typically does. This year they're hitting .300 against him. And this is not Betancourt in that he's a guy that really paints, rarely walks anybody. He's behind 3-1. He's temporarily lost that 8th inning role. Rockies trying to end a 3-game slide. Not one since that 4-2 victory in the Bronx on Friday night. Ball 4, so Quentin walks leading off here in the 11th inning. Again, that's where you know, George, that Rafael's really struggling.
Well, struggling for release point because velocity's still there. It's still 90, 95, 94 times, but him to walk people, he just doesn't do that at all. And last year, what was it, 8 walks in 92 innings? I mean, it's something stupid amount that he was just so good.
And 2 are freebies.
Yeah, I mean, it's this. You know, this guy's an electric strike thrower. All of a sudden, that has disappeared a little bit.
So Konerko's up there. Konerko 0 for 4 tonight. He's hit into 6 double plays. That's fouled back out of play. Nurko, born in Providence, Rhode Island, but went to high school in Scottsdale, Arizona. Misses 1-1. This one's playable. Helton. That's a biggie. 1 out.
Particularly the success he had against Betancourt with 2 home runs in their matchups in previous years. 2 of his 6 hits had left the yard. One guy he's really picked on, that's been this guy, Ramirez. 0 for 9 in their career. Matchup so far, he's 1 for 4. That solo home run in the 2nd inning. What's been forgotten through all of this is the outstanding job by Jason Hamill in a starting role. 7 innings pitched in the game. He pitched very well.
Ramirez lines it to center field. Cargo right there. 2 outs.
The Rockies will have Helton, Tulowitzki, and Smith in the bottom of the 11th. The difference in the bullpens is the National League are used to throwing 1 inning typically coming out of the bullpen. In the American League, it's not uncommon for guys to throw 2 or more innings coming out of the ball game in the game late. They're more conditioned for it than what the National League guys are.
A.J. Pierzynski. Quentin led the inning off with a walk. They're 2 gone. Quentin draws a throw, but he has literally a 2.5-step lead. Very conservative. Two and nothing on Pierzynski. And a pop-up to shallow right center field. Cargo coming on, and he'll get there. He had a long run. He was playing deep. So Betancourt works a scoreless inning. Helton will lead it off in the bottom of the 11th. Innings, 91 degrees when the first pitch was thrown. It's just a gorgeous evening, and this game has moved very quickly considering we're now in the 11th inning, and it's not yet a 3-hour ball game. Glad you're with us from 20th and Blake. See if the Rockies can win it right here. Todd Helton will begin in the bottom of the 11th inning. It'll be the second inning of work for Matt Thornton. With George Frazier and Alana Rizzo, I'm Drew Goodman. Gets to the 11th inning. My partner has to go find food. And you scrounged up, what, 2 brownies? And what else you got on there?
I don't know. Something. Just eat it.
Fastball's in, ball 1 from Thornton. Helton tonight, a single in the 4th. He walked in the 6th. 1 for 3. Helton with 9 home runs this year. 1 more than he hit all of last year. Softly hit, it's going to drop. Winning runs aboard.
Second hit of the night for Helton. Third time he's been on base. That time just fought one off. Into the outfield. Now you just hope the rest of the lineup, Tulowitzki, do it any way you can. They're all just sliced. Ozzie Guillen is having a slow walk to the mound. He's going to go to the right-hander in the bullpen. Dumped out in front of Pierre. And the right-hander Jesse Crane's going to come in out of their bullpen firing. Pretty good slider to go along with it.
So the former Twin Crane will be aboard when we come back.
Knotted up at 2, heading to the bottom of the 11th inning. Jesse Crane on the hill for the White Sox. He will face Troy Tulowitzki in this inning. Jesse Crane, a former Fairview Knight, Fairview High School up in Boulder. He graduated there in 1999, the Colorado High School Player of the Year, his senior year. He also married a fellow Fairview graduate. He and his wife, Becky, both of their parents actually still live here in the Colorado area. I spoke with Jesse earlier today. They come back here about 2 or 3 times a year. He says he absolutely loves Colorado. He was born in Canada, but only lived there for 2 months before he moved to Colorado. Really enjoys his time when he's here, guys.
Rally caps are out. Alana, thank you. Yeah, Jesse Crane went to a great JC program in Texas, San Jacinto Junior College, before moving on to the University of Houston. Troy Tulowitzki. This is one of those situations, George. Tulowitzki's a cleanup hitter. No pinch runner yet for Helton at first base.
Well, you've already used Young. You've used Spilborghs. You would have Herrera to go out.
We've seen Troy drag bunts in the past. That misses ball 1. Any way you can get that run home, you get it done. Nobody out. Helton a single to start things here in the 11th. And this is an easy play for the second baseman, Beckham. 1 out. Been a tough night for Tulowitzki. 0 for 4 and a walk. That'll bring up Smith.
Not a lot of history with the Rockies and Crane. Giambi with the most. 4 at bats. Gonzalez and Wigginton the only people that have faced him. Well, he knocked in both runs. Go ahead and get the third one. And the fourth one. How about hit one over the wall? Watching this defensive alignment, haven't seen a whole lot of this, have you?
Not with Smith.
That was Smitty up. I'm going to grab that. You see Crane going over to make sure he just taps it with his foot. Foul territory because of the spin and rotation on a baseball. Could hit a spike mark, could hit anything and bounce back into fair territory.
Yeah, this is almost a Giambi-like, not quite, but similar to what you see the Rockies employ against a Carlos Pena we saw in Chicago yesterday, George.
Shortstop right up behind the bag. Second baseman pulled over into the hole. Vizquel well off the bag at third.
Smith will go the other way. I mean, his base hit to drive in a run earlier in the ball game. There's a line shot to left.
Talking about Smith going the opposite way. This year he has 58 hits to center field to the right side, 12 to the left side. He could shoot it through that hole on the left side of that infield relatively easy. Has done it in his career. Good opportunity to do it now with that defensive alignment. Deep in the outfield.
This is in the air to left center field. And Juan Pierre moves over and makes the catch. Helton will return to first base, and there are 2 outs. Ty Wigginton will skip to the plate.
Wigginton's 0 for 1 in his career against Jesse Crane, who features that hard slider, good fastball that sinks and runs. Matt Lindstrom throwing in the Rockies bullpen. Chip Tracy doesn't like to use his relievers multiple innings unless it's Matt Belisle in the middle of a game. He's done that.
If you get into the ridiculous, where you're talking about 14, 15, 16, that's where you'd see Mortensen, but again, he threw a couple of innings yesterday. Here's Clayton. 2 outs. Here's the 2-1. 3-1.
If you were to use a starter in a ball game like that in deep innings, it's usually the starter 2 down from the Marlins. So, but Cook already threw his bullpen tonight down in the bullpen. He threw that back in the 6th inning.
Wigginton taking, and it's a strike, so it's 3-2. Good news is Helton will be off on the pitch. Forces the infielders on the left side to go across the diamond. No fatigue there, or at least not showing any signs. He doesn't want to miss the end. 3-2 with 2 outs. They've been tied at 2 since the 6th inning when Seth Smith tied it with a sac fly. Swung on and missed. Jesse Crain strikes out Ty Wigginton, and we'll go 12. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Rockies and White Sox tied at 2, 8 hits apiece as we go to the top of the 12th inning. And the next in line is Matt Lindstrom. An inning for Belisle, an inning for Street, an inning for Reynolds, an inning for Betancourt. And now Matt Lindstrom on for the 35th time.
And a lot of things play into this. You say, why 1 inning at a time? That's what they're more accustomed to. The other fact is you're playing 13 games in 13 days, no off days. You're going to run yourself down, though, to where you're down to a couple of guys. Mortensen and Brothers now, the only 2 left down in the bullpen. Lindstrom, typically a 1-inning guy. You're hoping to score a run in the bottom of the 12th inning and win this thing and hold them here.
Lillibridge came in defensively for Rios in the 8th inning. He's behind 0-2. That's a free one. 1 out. We'll bring up Beckham. Beckham's 2 for 4.
I'll tell you, a lot of giddy up. 99 miles an hour. Feeling good today, Matt? Let it fly a little bit. Why not?
Yeah, evidently.
That was a fastball at 94 that had cut and dive.
Skill on deck. Rockies in the bottom of the 12th inning. We'll have Blackman, Iannetta, and a pinch hitter. Ground ball to third. We'll pick up 2 outs.
This is one of those games where your batting average could take a huge hit. One of those 0 for 6 nights instead of a 2 for 6 or 3 for 6. Juan Pierre with 3 hits in the game's having a good time.
One 0 to Vizquel. Sliders in there. White Sox haven't had a runner reach second base since the 5th inning when Juan Pierre doubled. One, two, shattered bat, and Helton will glove it. Great work in the top of the 12th inning by Matt Lindstrom. See if the Rockies can push one across the bottom half of the inning. Maybe that dance will be the
Victory.
Yeah, be the victory dance.
You and I were doing that. They just didn't show it.
We were. Blackman a single in the 9th inning, facing Jesse Crain here in the 12th. On the outside corner for a strike. Leadoff single last inning by Helton, and then Crain came in for Thornton. He got the next 3. This is a blooper to shallow center, and it'll drop. And now a little different scenario, George, in that Helton, who had the lead single last inning, obviously is not going anywhere. You have a right-hander on the hill and a guy who steals bases very well in Blackman, with Giambi getting ready.
A patient hitter at the plate, too. Back so deep to prevent doubles, no chance at all to make a play on that.
Conference is done. Ionette at the plate. The scale in on the grass. Konerko ready to charge. And this is Don Cooper coming out.
Will Omen, the left-hander, trying to get ready for Jason Giambi. That's what this is all about.
You got a Coloradan on the mound, a Coloradan warming up. Gets the job done. That's his 6th career sacrifice. His last one was in 2009. Well, here comes Ozzie. Just want to make sure they're making a double switch, that they do it right.
And Cora, his bench coach, Jim Tracy, thinks very highly of Joey Cora. Was explaining, all right, this is what you're going to do when everything takes off. Vizquel coming out to get him. He says, no, I want to play some more. No, I ain't leaving.
So the big man will be coming up. Will Omen will be coming in, the Ponderosa graduate from Parker, Colorado. Winning run at second base, and Charlie Blackmon when we return. One out. Charlie Blackmon, the winning run, is at second base. Giambi coming up. Mark Tien has come in now at third base in a double switch. Vizquel comes out, and veteran left-handed specialist Will Omen is now in the ball game.
A specialist, the right word. Giambi 0 for 1 in his career against Omen. Ramirez right in behind Blackmon at second. Prevents you from getting a big lead.
Lillibridge has the best arm in the outfield. He's in center field, but he's aligned about 360 feet away. And again, Blackmon runs very, very well. this is one of the real advantages. Jim Tracy has pointed this out, that when you have Carlos Gonzalez at the top of your order and you pinch hit late in the ball game, Jason Giambi, and first base is open, you can't just pass on him because of Cargo's presence.
Absolutely.
Pulled down the line, foul.
Left-handers have hit 2 home runs against Will Ullman. His slider not overpowering. It's just a big breaking slider at 82 miles an hour.
One, two. High. 2-2.
Giambi has hit .278 this year with runners in scoring position.
Giambi pulls it to first. That's the second out. Konerko goes to the bag, and Blackman goes to third. And here comes Carlos Gonzalez.
You would like to have seen, obviously, Giambi drive in and run, but now you got to remember, with Gonzalez coming up, you don't want to give him an opportunity to swing the bat. Sliders, high fastballs, more sliders, and then Giambi pulled one foul. There's the high heat. Now comes the hard slider that he grounds out to Konerko at first base. But when you try to take away the power of Gonzalez, if a ball's in the dirt, that's where Charlie's got to be ready at third.
No one will ever forget Cargo's only walk-off hit. He hit it into the third deck to finish his cycle. And even though it's left on left, Ozzie Guillen wants no part of Carlos Gonzalez, and you can't blame him. You have a much younger and less experienced and less dangerous hitter in Chris Nelson on deck. You know, Chris Nelson standing in the on-deck circle, and even though these are 4 wide ones, George, he's still trying. He's looking at arm slot. He's looking at release point, even though, you know, it's a 60-mile-an-hour.
How does he pitch right-handers? That's what he's thinking now. Is it going to be sinker way, back foot sliders to him? Right-handers have hit 300 against Will Ullman this year.
Time the Rockies had a walk-off extra inning win was September 25th last year, a 10-9 victory over the Giants. So here we go, winning run at third, 2 outs. Chris Nelson against Will Ullman. Gonzalez moves up. Obviously, his presence at second is immaterial. One ball and 1 strike. Hoping to capture the moment. Two balls and a strike. He was in.
Helton is 0 for 6 against Will Ullman in his career in a left-handed specialist matchup.
foul out of play. It's 2-2. Trying to tie up his hands, George. Everything's been in.
Well, as a guy diving, wants to extend out. He wants to hit the ball out in front of the plate. They're trying to jam him with it. Bowman, a guy with pretty good control in on right-handers. Neither club's been extra special with runners in scoring position. The Rockies have been 1 for 6 tonight.
That one, a Seth Smith single to drive in a run early. Here's the 2-2. 3-2. We'll go 13. Rockies a great opportunity to win it there in the 12th. Oman gets the strikeout of Nelson. Sixth inning as we go to the top of the 13th. Fans have taken over Rockies All Access this week. Some of the questions you've inquired about: favorite cars, walk-up songs, favorite moments in the big leagues. The players answer the questions. It's this Thursday night at 6:30 on Rockies All Access. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, and Alana Rizzo. And the next in line, George, is Rex Brothers. Again, Belisle, Street, Reynolds, Betancourt, and Lindstrom. Job well done. All one inning of work. And the rookie brothers will face the top of the lineup. It'll be Juan Pierre, the veteran Mark Tehan, and then Carlos Quentin.
They'll look at the 7 walks in 8 innings if you're Ozzie Guillen and say, take a pitch. Try to put pressure on him any way you can. Brothers has pitched in games, tight games, since being up here. He was thrown into the fire relatively quick.
And pretty much right away.
Most managers wouldn't do that, but because of Brothers' makeup, his ability to strike people out, he was given chances early, and early on was pretty good. He's had a couple of hiccups out of those 10 games. It typically comes because of the walks.
Pierre's had a big night. He's 3 for 5, including an RBI double back in the 5th inning.
That fastball, 97 miles an hour from Rex Brothers.
Juan now in his 11th year in the big leagues. Got a 13th round pick by the Rockies out of the University of South Alabama.
get a 13th round pick, come up and accomplish what he has. Hilton got to that ball in a hurry, made it look easy. Accomplished a number of years. It's pretty good scouting there.
Damon Ionelli territory still, George, back then?
Yeah, Alabama, have to check that out. Not sure.
So Tien will have his first at bat. This guy's been around the big leagues a while. Longtime Kansas City Royal. He takes ball one. Tien's got pretty good pop. Hit 18 home runs, a career best in 2006.
'98 or '96? Not in the stadium gun, said '96.
Here's the 1-1 on the ground is short. Tulowitzki throws out Tien, 2 gone. So that'll bring up Carlos Quentin. San Diego natives 1 for 4 with a walk tonight. And this is fouled off. Rockies pitchers have retired 23 of the last 27 White Sox hitters.
Bullpen has done its job, and also including some work by Jason Hamill. An outstanding start tonight for the Rockies.
Tomorrow, Baldo Jimenez against Mark Burley. Great pitching matchup. And they're going to make it 24 out of 28. 1-2-3 inning in the 13th for Rex Brothers. Just 1 run. That's all. Rockies 2 and the White Sox 2. 9 hits for Colorado, 8 for the White Sox. Rockies had a great chance in the 12th inning. They had 1 out and a winning run at second base in Blackman. Giambi rolled to first. Gonzalez was intentionally walked, and Chris Nelson couldn't hold up on a 3-2 slider against Will Omen. Helton will lead things off here in the 13th. Here's his evening. He had a base hit in the 4th inning and come around to score. After walking in the 6th, he had a base hit leading off the 11th, but was stranded there. Tulowitzki, Smith, and Wigginton all went down. Rockies have used 6 pitchers out of their pen. Ullman just the 4th used by Ozzie Guillen.
Sure, we don't have an answer for this. Peyton Manning's throwing a football 31.2 miles. How many passes would it take to get to 31.2 miles? Can you think about that?
A lot.
31.2 miles.
This is in the air to center field. Lillibridge is there, 1 out.
Think about that. 54,828 yards, 399 TDs, but 31.2 miles.
Well, about 12 of those miles went to Marvin Harrison. Tulowitzki 0 for 4. He walked back in the 4th inning. Sitting on 14 home runs. His 15th here would look lovely. Ball 1.
Nobody in the Rockies bullpen's going, so Rex Brothers, if they don't score, will be going back out. Morton's the only other guy down there right now.
Jim
Tracy's youngest son, Mark, hit his 4th home run today for the Asheville Ball Club. Tracy now 27 RBIs on the season.
I think in 36 ball games. (2-0) and it's 3-0 on Troy.
He missed it. Russell Wilson, 4th round draft pick a year ago, was left to go play football at Wisconsin.
Got 1 more year of eligibility.
Well, he graduated 3 years from North Carolina State, which allowed him, because he's enrolled in
Ball 4.
There you go. Graduate school allowed him that year of eligibility, and he could be eligible immediately.
There's some talk he may end up at Auburn. Seth Smith tonight has driven in both Rockies' runs.
Holman, very traditional guy on the mound from the left side, meaning the leg comes straight up, which freezes the runner. So it makes it harder to steal a base against the veteran than a guy that can wrap the left foot. Sometimes they'll have a tendency to go behind the rubber, which they commit to the plate that way. And he's not a slide step guy. He comes straight up with it. Hanging slider there.
Yeah, Smith had a good whack at that. 2-strike count on Mr. Late Night. Strike 3. Two are gone, and that'll bring up Wigginton. So Wigginton facing his teammate from last year in Baltimore. Two outs with Tulowitzki at first. Wigginton, since his 6th inning home run Sunday against the Yankees, his 2nd home run of the day, 0 for his last 10. Two one. 3-1. Blackman's on deck. A lot of folks have remained on a work night.
And a good ball game that was played very quickly. The ball game just now, we're approaching 3 hours and 50 minutes. So this game's gone by fairly quick.
3-2.
Right after ball 4, saw that Wigginton was kicking the ground.
In the air to shallow center field, and this one's going to drop. Tulowitzki, he's getting a green light. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time! He scored from first on a bloop single. And the Rockies win it 3-2. Richie Dow said, let's go. And Tulowitzki never broke stride. And the Rockies have their first walk-off win, their first extra inning win of 2011. 3-2 over the White Sox in 13.
Now, Rex Brothers, winning pitcher, his first big league win on the wheels of Troy Tulowitzki. How about that? The youngster picks it up.
The thing that made it happen, the fact that it was a 3-2 pitch, so Tulowitzki was in motion.
3-2, 2 outs, everybody's on the fly.
And here's our Jimmy John's delivery of the ball game. America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. Just a fly ball single. The outfield's playing, ironically, no doubles, but Tulowitzki gets the green light. A little hesitation by Lillibridge, and that's all that was necessary. That and the throw being offline a smidgen. Here's Tulowitzki picking it up. And Dower never hesitated. He said, we're going to send him to the house.
I'll tell you what, A.J. Pierzynski was hot at home plate. But that ball didn't get there a whole lot quicker.
Let's go downstairs. Field level, Alana Rizzo with Troy Tulowitzki. He's probably catching his breath right about now.
Yeah, exactly. I gave him a second to catch his breath because he never broke stride. You said Richie Dower gave him the green light. Tulo, you knew you were going home with as long as this game had gone. Just kind of take us through the bloop single.
Well, I was running on the pitch, 3-2. I knew it was going to fall in, and I was running as fast as I can, which isn't that fast, but I got it done.
A difficult night at the plate offensively for you, but it wasn't just for you. It seemed to be that way for a lot of people, especially towards the extra innings. What wasn't working for you tonight?
My swing wasn't working for one thing, but all I care about is getting W's right now. That was a big win for us, so hopefully we can ride this momentum into this homestand.
You had mentioned getting the W's. The first walk-off win for this team all season long, the first win in extra innings. Are you surprised it's taken this long with the talent that you guys have?
Yeah, without a doubt. Last year it seems like we were doing this once a week, so to be the first one and almost be the All-Star break isn't kind of what we do, but hey, we'll take one.
18 extra inning games all of last season, 5 so far for you guys this year. Talk about the win, though. This is big in terms of a team that has 13 straight games without a break before the All-Star game, and you're needing to make up some ground here before you hit that break.
Yeah, we're not in a great spot. We're not in a bad spot either. We've been a lot worse, so we have plenty of time. Hopefully, like you said, we can make a good little run here before the All-Star break and get back into it.
Somebody's buying Wiggy a late dinner. Thanks for your time, Tulip.
All right, we'll see.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Alana, thanks very much. The Rockies had an opportunity, really a couple of opportunities in extra innings, and when you haven't won one of these all year, why not win on a strange type of situation
yeah, really.
like that?
Yeah, exactly, where it's a bloop in the outfield, and then again, Tulowitzki got there, and DeRicci catches everybody off guard and goes ahead and sends him. And I want to watch the continuation of everything. The celebration's wonderful, but I want to see the reaction of their dugout. And I'm going to tell you, A.J. Pierzynski was hot. He was screaming. He slammed his mask down, slammed the ball down. He didn't think the Everett was there. Then Ullman's in an argument with the home plate umpire. Obviously a frustrated team on the left side, a happy team over on the first base side.
And a good way to start this homestand, the first of 6 here at Coors Field. The Rockies within a game of 500 now. Tulowitzki on the green light, stride.